I now declare open this public hearing of the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport's inquiry into local government funding and fiscal sustainability. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their ancestors and their elders past, present and future. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of 28 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the Committee. I now call on representatives from the Wodonga City Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the Committee?
Michael Goebel, Mayor of Wodonga.
Libby Hall, Deputy Mayor of Wodonga.
Matthew Hyde, CEO, City of Wodonga.
Thank you. Although the Committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the Committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference.
Alice Jordan-Baird, Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Jo Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong in Metro Melbourne.
And Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
And welcome to Wodonga Council. Helen Haynes, Federal Member for Indi, and you know very well where that is, and delighted to have the committee with us today in Wodonga.
And joining us on teleconference. Okay, I'm sure Ms Penfold will join us at some stage. Yeah. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you very much, and a very warm welcome to the magnificent Wodonga. Chair and members of the Standing Committee, thank you for the opportunity for us to appear before you today. I do so as the Mayor of the City of Wodonga with my Deputy Councillor Libby Hall and our CEO Matt Hyde. And we welcome the opportunity to have a solution-focused discussion on the financial sustainability of local government. A little bit about myself. I'm a tree changer to North East Victoria and Wodonga, having married a local and having moved from Sydney, having a career in financial markets, and later on 7 years as a director at the City of Wodonga, but now wearing a different hat, being a councillor and Mayor of Wodonga. Wodonga is a vibrant and fast-growing regional city. We're home to over 46,500 residents and serving as a regional centre to the broader catchment well beyond the municipal boundaries. Wodonga is exactly the kind of place governments encourage people to move to. We are growing rapidly, delivering housing, jobs and services that relieve pressure on our capital cities. We have the largest precinct structure plan for residential development in regional Victoria. But the financial framework used to fund local government has not kept pace with this reality. Growth, while positive, is placing unsustainable pressure on councils unless funding mechanisms evolve. In a sentence, funding for local government is structurally broken. It requires system reform. Local government sits at the front line of community infrastructure and service delivery. Roads, footpaths, drainage, community facilities, libraries, recreation spaces, waste services and environmental stewardship all rest with councils. Yet councils remain the least resourced tier of government with the most constrained revenue base. The financial assistance grant systems, while critical, is increasingly inadequate. In real terms, FAGs have not kept pace with the population growth, construction costs or rising community expectations. For growth councils like Wodonga, the per capita value of these grants continues to decline, despite the significant infrastructure burden associated with new residential growth. Compounding this challenge in Victoria is the rate capping framework. While designed to protect ratepayers, the Victorian Local Government Rate Scheme takes no meaningful account of growth pressures, cost escalations or mandated service expansions. Councils face rising labour costs, material inflation, insurance premiums, regulatory compliance costs, and disaster recovery and rebuild, all with revenue growth effectively capped. But to be clear, we are supportive of the principle of rate capping, but less supportive of the mechanisms for calculation. At the same time, cost shifting from the state government has become a persistent and escalating problem. Councils are routinely expected to absorb functions, standards and responsibilities without adequate or ongoing funding. This includes areas such as emergency management, preparedness, community safety, environmental compliance, planning system reforms and public health obligations. Each change may appear modest in isolation, but collectively they erode councils' financial sustainability. The result is structural imbalance. Capital works being deferred, asset renewals being potentially compromised. Councils are forced into difficult trade-offs that do not reflect poor governance, but a funding system that no longer aligns with the role councils are expected to play. Local government does not seek special treatment. What we seek is a funding framework aligned with reality, one that recognises growth, responsibility and fairness across jurisdictions. As the Victorian Delegate for Regional Capitals Australia, as the Deputy Chair of Regional Cities Victoria and as Wodonga's Mayor, we've had numerous meetings with federal ministers and shadow ministers advocating for a return of the FAG to 1%, both pre and post federal elections, but has at best been received with a cold response. And I think it would be fair to say that we've read the room. To address this gap between the current 0.5% and the previous 1% FAG funding, we propose the establishment of a non-competitive, formula-based capital works grants program for local government. And for ease and for the purpose of remembering this, I've given it an acronym, AUNTIE. And this program should be A. A is for additional to the existing FAGs, not a replacement. U, untied, allowing councils to direct funding to locally determined infrastructure priorities. We know what our community's needs and priorities are. N, N's for non-competitive, removing unnecessary administrative burden and political uncertainty, or worse, pork barrelling. T, transparent, allocated by transparent formula based on population size, population growth and growth rate. And importantly, particularly in the case of Victoria, I, independent of co-funding of state government. Victoria councils are missing out on capital grants for community and infrastructure due to a lack of co-contribution from the Victorian state government. Such a model would provide certainty, fairness and efficiency. It would allow councils like Wodonga to plan infrastructure and investment over the medium and long term, rather than relying on ad hoc grants that favour those with the greatest bid writing capacity rather than the greatest need. Growth councils should not be forced to compete against each other for funding that addresses predictable, measurable infrastructure demand. Footpaths, roads, community facilities and drainage required for new residential estates are not discretionary, they're inevitable. A formula-based capital funding stream would also deliver stronger accountability, funding entitlement would be clear, outcomes would be visible. Council would remain directly accountable to the communities for delivery. Most importantly, this reform would support national and state objectives around regional growth, housing supply and economic decentralisation. Without sustainable local government funding, the broader federal policy objectives simply cannot be achieved. In closing, Wodonga is proud to be growing. We welcome new residents and investment. but growth must be matched with a funding system that recognises its costs. Maintain financial assistance grants, but reform capital funding. End the fiction that councils can absorb endless responsibilities with capped revenue. If we get this right, local government will remain strong, responsive and financially sustainable, and regional cities like Wodonga will continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we now have the Deputy Chair, Ms Penfold, on the line. Are you there, Ms Penfold?
Yes, I am, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'd just like to introduce yourself briefly.
Alison Penfold, member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to questions. I might just start, and I appreciate that there's been a lot in your opening statement, which has been great. And I really acknowledge a whole host of issues that you've raised in your submission. So my question is, how do you think local government can be best placed to deliver on local priorities that also align with state and federal objectives, such as those around community infrastructure? And the second part is, can you talk about projects that the council has delivered in partnership with the Commonwealth?
Yeah, so maybe the first bit. So in the opening statement, we talked about having untied independent funding, capital funding, for community infrastructure. So, this has existed previously through the LRCI program, where councils were allocated money based on a formula for particular community or road infrastructure. So something like that. I mean, we have the view that councils know our communities best. We understand what the priorities and needs are. And we believe we're good at managing those projects. We've got a good history of delivering projects on budget and on time. So a capital program that basically follows that acronym that I use, the ARTI program acronym, we see as being fit for purpose and the most efficient way of delivering on projects that both meet local but state and federal objectives.
And can I just ask, the second part of that was about projects that council has delivered in partnership with the Commonwealth.
Yeah, did you want to talk about Barranduta Fields or even our CBD redevelopment?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Matthew Hyde. The Barranduta Fields project is in our growth corridor. It was a $24 million project, of which the federal government provided $10 million towards that program. And talking to the Mayor's acronym, unfortunately, we didn't get a lot of assistance with the state, and so we had to fill that gap there. It is in our growth corridor. We've got 15,000 houses coming into that area, and it's provided sporting infrastructure and meeting rooms and facilities out there ready for that growth corridor. It's been a great partnership, and it's certainly some of the infrastructure that's needed for growing cities in that particular area. And I will emphasise that we really need to see all governments working together, federal, state and local government, and all contributing towards these growth corridors. This facility provides a regional facility. We're a cross-border community, and not only do we work very closely with Albury City Council in New South Wales, we also provide regional facilities across to the other LGAs in our region, and covering population around the 150 to 200,000 regionally, and that's quite significant.
Great, thank you. Can I just ask you, Councillor Goebel, and you mentioned obviously some type of untied funding program for community infrastructure. How have you found the Roads to Recovery program?
I might actually defer to our CEO, who's been at an operational level a lot more involved in that.
Thank you. Yes, so the Roads to Recovery program has been good, and coupled with the Bridges program and upgrades has been very important for local governments. Probably our largest asset and a significant contribution. We rely on these funding to improve black spot areas. Council puts in a significant amount of funding to those projects as well. Significant difference has been the engineering standards required these days, and in rural areas we see quad 4s going onto roads as well as B doubles, so the weight loads on those roads means very different engineering requirements. Without federal assistance for those, we wouldn't be able to provide those services for our city and the surrounding regions.
Okay, thank you. Might go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask, first of all, what percentage, and thank you for appearing today, sorry, I'm getting straight down to business. What percentage of total revenue is the financial assistance grant to your council?
I could answer that. Approximately 8%. So I think this year we're budgeting on around $7.8 million on a revenue of circa $102 million, so just under 8%.
Thank you. Can I then ask the question, have you quantified the renewal funding gap for your infrastructure? A lot of the evidence we've heard, you know, there's a sizable gap between council's capacity to renew community infrastructure, roads, etc., particularly given that much is coming to end of life. Have you got a sort of headline figure?
Yeah, Michael Goebel. So just to answer that, perhaps with an anecdotal story before I go to the CEO. Just anecdotally, we're seeing this across Victoria where councils are effectively balancing their budgets, but the trade-off is around asset renewal. And this is increasingly occurring. But Matt, did you want to answer that specifically?
Thank you, Matthew Hyde. Certainly the renewal gap is very different in Wodonga. We have been on a journey of an uplift around our asset management and our financial sustainability into the long term. That's been a value management process for the council where we've had to stop doing a number of things. Over the last 4 years, we have looked at the valuations around our assets, done some predictions about what our growth pattern is and what infrastructure needs to be built. Right at this moment in time, we don't have a renewal gap. We are actually funding our current infrastructure, but our issue is about a growing city. So we're growing at about 1.5%. We're the 5th largest inland city in Australia, and we are currently doing significant works around our development contributions plan and the gap that's likely to be there for our growth corridor. So providing roundabouts, road infrastructure, public transport infrastructure, sporting fields, community facilities, and we are not yet fully through that process. It has been a long journey, but initial indications, because we were one of the first councils in Victoria with a precinct structure plan and a DCP associated with that. There's quite a different escalation in the construction index at the moment, and we anticipate there'll be a significant gap in that area. So while we are looking after our current assets quite well, we are quite concerned about what the future lies for a growth city. And given that level of growth being significant compared to other regional cities, we are doing a lot of work on that and expect to see a fairly large gap there.
Right, so just a final question, Chair. So effectively, the concern for your council is future infrastructure to meet a growing. So are there any constraints, particularly on revenue, to enable you, for example, rate capping impacts or impacts on the amount you can raise from developer contributions or other revenue that would support you to fill that gap in absence of any additional government assistance?
Certainly. Matthew Hyde again. So certainly there's a number of ceilings that are in place for local government, and we offer a number of services. What local governments have increasingly become very good at is value management. So we can't continue to offer the same level of infrastructure and services with the income stream that we have. And what we're doing now is becoming a lot more efficient in our services and then limiting our services. We do provide a number of services on behalf of state and federal government, which we're not fully funded for, and that causes us some issues as well. But certainly it is that growth corridor that is the most important to us.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dr Haynes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to the representatives of Wodonga Council. Thank you for your substantial submission to the committee. I want to take you to a couple of things. Firstly, to your solution focus, thank you for that, on Auntie, and then I want to take you to a point you made in your submission on disaster recovery funding. You mentioned, Mayor Goebel, that you would be looking with this proposed Auntie program. Firstly, is that a position held by Wodonga Council and through your regional leadership as well?
It's something that we've been discussing in the context of the significant pushback we've had at a federal level, both pre and post.
When you say
election.
we, you mean the regional council
So
leadership?
wearing different hats. Regional Cities Victoria, Regional Capitals Australia.
Yes.
I'm also on the board of MAV, and MAV's also been advocating for a return to 1% FAG, but. And also as the Mayor of Wodonga. And wearing all four hats, there's been that constant thematic around we too have financial constraints, and there's been very little in the way of any signalling towards a return to the 1% FAG. So we've been thinking around, well, what other constructive mechanisms or solutions could we bring to the table? In fact, in a recent meeting we had with Minister McBain, we pursued this line of thought, which seemed to get a little bit more of a positive response than pushing this barrow regarding return to the 1% FAG. So for a growing city like Wodonga that has a lot of calls on it in terms of capital works, we see this as a potentially very constructive mechanism that links both our population, our growth and the rate of growth to some sort of formula that can distribute capital works funding across the nation without this sense of having to compete, with numerous other councils.
And you mentioned that you thought the LRCI formula was a reasonable one?
Not knowing the exact detail of it, but the principle of that, absolutely.
Yeah. And would you say that this particular fund, if it were to come to pass, would replace the competitive grants programs of growing regions and RPPP, or in addition to?
No, replacing.
Yeah.
So I think one of the issues is around the unpredictability, the ad hoc nature, the competitiveness, the fact that, often those programs require designs, planning that may not have been scheduled as part of council's priorities. So something like this would give us a lot more predictability around our capital works program.
Thank you. Your submission argues that disaster funding is reactive and episodic, while emergency management is in practice a permanent and growing local government function. Given most recently, Wodonga played an important role in response to the Walwa River Road fire in January, and of course significant contribution during the Black Summer bushfires 2019-2020. Do you have any indicative views on whether recurrent formula-based funding for preparedness and recovery would give you meaningfully better ability to manage emergency management functions? Can you speak to that?
I'm going to defer to our CEO, who has the benefit of having been involved in many disasters across 3 different states. So I think his perspective would be very valuable here.
Thank you, Dr Haynes, for your question. Matt Hyde again. As the Mayor has indicated, I have 30 years of work with local government in Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria. I have been the major response agency in Cyclone Yassi, Cyclone Larry, the Ravenshoe gas explosion. When I moved to New South Wales to the 20 bushfires, a number of different floods, and a few events. And so each state responds very differently to those. You make a very good point. The investment in preparedness makes a very significant difference to what happens afterwards, and certainly some more assistance in preparing our communities for what to expect. As we've seen, the severity and the frequency of disaster events has significantly changed over the years, and our communities are having to respond. We did play a significant role in the recent bushfires, and we're very pleased to be able to assist our local communities. Where we weren't directly fire affected here in the city of Wodonga, it allowed us the capacity to assist the surrounding councils and provide recovery facilities for people to go to, and know that they wouldn't be transferred across to a different facility if the fire approached in their particular areas. Certainly, I think funding streams are really important around DFRA, and different states respond in different ways. The delay in funding is a significant issue. We really appreciate that there's an initial response period of which we have a fair bit of flexibility with, and we can do immediate works without having to have approval processes. The longer term processes are quite lengthy, and the audit process for that and approval process for that can take 3 to 5 years to go through. Our communities don't understand when they see something happen why it's not responded to immediately. A good example of this is in the bushfires, to have the guideposts replaced on the side of the road. You have to have 3 photos of that single guidepost from 3 different angles before and after the event. It has to go through and be approved item by item, so the labour costs, the making sure that your procurement has been done correctly. And all that takes time, and hence why you end up in the 5-year period. A better solution to that might be similar to our auditing of our financial statements, where a sample is taken to make sure that the accuracy of the records and any particular areas of concern is investigated, rather than checking absolutely every receipt. We are government, we are trustworthy, we are transparent with our communities and information, but the process seems to take a long time. And not only that, when you have repeated events, every event's different. So if you were to have a flood event and to have a hole in the road in the year 2024, similar flood event in 25 and similar event in 26, you fix that hole in the road that year, wait for the approval for the next year. Whereas if you actually combine those 3 years together and put those works together and built that infrastructure fit for purpose, it could all be done at once. The community don't understand the behind the process. They just want to drive down the road and have a road in good condition. So that process is quite lengthy, and I'm sure there's some significant ways to streamline that. We have seen Queensland and New South Wales have built up particular agencies that focus on this and are a lot more efficient in those processes, and it would be nice to see that across the whole of Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde. That's really, really helpful. And you've spoken to betterment there as well, really, and that there are good examples in other states that we could learn from.
Certainly, Frederickson Road here in the city of Wodonga was wiped out in 2022 due to a flood event. Council actually paid for the upgrade of that infrastructure, and that meant that, for instance, more pipes were put in to be able to cope with the amount of water going through that particular area, and that meant that that particular causeway didn't get wiped out in future years. But that was something that the city of Wodonga had to pay for. New engineering standards coping with current weather conditions. It would be great to see some assistance in betterment. While we only have one particular project, if you have a number of those across the LGA, it's just not affordable for a local government to be able to do that infrastructure upgrade to cope with conditions. But certainly efficient use of money, because if you have to replace those culverts every year, 3 years in a row, you end up spending 3 to 5 times the amount of money on that rather than doing it properly in the first place.
Thanks very much. I've got plenty of questions, Chair, but I'm
Just a
conscious.
follow-up question on that.
Yes.
Did you benefit from any of that infrastructure betterment funding under the disaster recovery framework, there was some special betterment funding available.
Certainly, City of Wodonga has been very fortunate around disaster management, and we haven't had a lot of significant events, so we haven't applied for any betterment funding.
Okay, great. Thank you. Ms. Brisky.
Sure. Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for presenting today. Wanted to have a look at, in your submission, you talk about also the recruitment and retention of skilled staff, and wanted to speak to something in particular. I understand the Commonwealth has funded an Advanced Manufacturing Centre of Excellence at the Wodonga TAFE. Could you talk about any engagement you've had with that centre, and if you are seeing any difference in the ability to, that is providing for locals here, and potentially the impact that then has for council staff, council workers?
Thank you. Matthew Hyde again. Yes, certainly we work in partnerships. That was one of the regional projects and a series of projects which were approved here for our cross-border community. That project is still under construction at the moment, but one of our main areas of income source for the region is advanced manufacturing. And we have a significant defence base here which specialises in advanced manufacturing as well. Certainly located between Sydney and Melbourne, midway, and the advancement around hydrogen and electricity vehicles, that is very well placed there. The Wodonga TAFE also has the only motorsport training facility, and so they have a track, etc., on that location. So that's the only one in Australia that's an approved course, and having those combined and in with our Logic Industrial Estate, so we've still got half of that industrial estate available for sale. It is going to make a significant difference to this community. Yes, it's a great project, and it's great to see that investment in the area, and it will certainly help secure us into the future.
Excellent. And just further on, what are some of the other gaps that you are seeing around, though, in terms of skill, upskilling and skilling and training of staff and retention?
Yes, so, all local governments have trouble retaining and attracting people like building inspectors, environmental health officers. We've had issues around attracting accountants and specialist areas. So as a city, we can get those skills a lot easier. With value management over local government, it comes down to how much you're willing to pay for a staff member, how you can utilise your technology in your councils to be more efficient with that. We have a number of cadet programs and traineeships that aim to promote internally and grow our own staff, and that has been very successful in the City of Wodonga. And certainly the closeness to Melbourne makes a difference to us. So at the moment we don't hold a great deal of vacancies across the organisation, and certainly in the last 12 months to 18 months we've seen a very different group of people applying for jobs in the City of Wodonga. We've certainly done a lot of work around trying to develop our asset management and our financial sustainability, and because we're a growing city, we are quite attractive to go and work for, and it's really interesting work. So I suppose we don't have the issues of rural, regional, local governments.
No, appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I just follow on from that? So if we're looking at the demographic of the workforce at Wodonga City Council, would that be younger than, another more rural regional councils?
It certainly is. It reflects our population. So our median age here in Wodonga is 38, which is a lot younger than regional Victoria median age. And so we see a lot of young up-and-coming people in the council. Recently, I've just recruited some executive team members, and they are quite young in the industry, which gives us a bit of longevity, good corporate knowledge over time. Two of those people have been developed internally and promoted internally. So some great programs there, and our workforce strategy certainly concentrates on how we build people. So if you can't attract them in, environmental health officers, offer a cadetship program, develop your staff internally, help them with their courses, make them love the city that they live in. And as a growing city, we've got great sporting facilities, great housing and affordable housing in our area. So it certainly makes it a lot easier for people to come to our area.
Thank you. Ms. Jordan-Bed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for appearing before our committee today, and thank you for welcoming us to the great city of Wodonga, and thank you, Dr. Haynes, for welcoming us to your electorate. My question just pertains to, picks up on Ms. Phillips' question around road to recovery funding. Throughout your submission, you talk about the predictability of grant funding, and we've heard some really positive feedback across the course of our inquiry about the roads to recovery funding. I represent a really growing community in the western suburbs of Melbourne. The median age of my community is 35, so a little bit younger than yours, so I'm also dealing with growth issues that you sort of mentioned as well. And obviously this program, funds local councils directly in this sort of scheme of $4.4 billion over 5 years. Do you like the model of this program? Is it working for you?
Yep, that's certainly Matthew Hyde again. Certainly a formula-based funding and some predictability makes a very big difference. Asset management has changed significantly over the last 5 years, and we know with our growth corridor we have plans around what needs to be built, and certainly being able to allocate that funding to design works, because it takes about 3 years to go through a process of designing a project, then putting it into the budget. So we're aiming at the moment to have a 5-year rolling capital works program. And I suppose similar to the acronym that the Mayor mentioned, predictability in funding and being able to know what is right for our local community, and be able to have some certainty around funding, and allocate that to the projects that are most important priority for our community, make a very, very big difference. So year-to-year funding, where you've got to apply for funding, you don't know what the type of funding is that's coming, you can't do the design work, you can't do the business cases for that, and all of a sudden you've got 4 weeks to lodge funding. That really doesn't work for local government. We're being encouraged to be a financially sustainable council, know what our community needs for the future, and do the business case design work for that. Formula-based funding that comes every year allows us to do that work right through from the original concept right through to disposal at the end.
Mm-hmm. And programs like this sort of give you that certainty, right?
Absolutely.
And also those sort of grant programs that mean you need to apply every single year is no doubt an admin burden to a lot of your team as well. So
yep.
Interesting to hear. Great, thank you. Thanks.
Great. Just like to talk about, in your submission, it talks about shared service hubs and digital transformation. How will these initiatives improve fiscal sustainability?
Certainly local governments at the end of the day, Matt Hyde, provide very similar services, and where the technology behind those is similar and we can share that knowledge rather than recreating the wheel, it does make a difference. There are nuances in every local government that mean that things are treated a different way, but there are some opportunities. For instance, the state government assist us with an immunisation program to be able to record all our data in. Our financial systems have to produce the same information, and certainly we've seen some local governments in the area provide shared services. It also helps with expertise of staff, in that some councils aren't able to attract or be able to afford a full-time staff member to do particular types of work. I have worked on a number of shared services projects over the years, and I was in Queensland, worked where 4 councils worked together to provide shared services. It sounds very easy, but it's quite complex behind the scenes, and the licensing costs for software don't really change because the software companies still charge based on population or some other criteria, but the advantage is around the expertise in offering the systems and the consistency in application out to the community. So I think there is certainly some opportunities there, but it's not without its issues to work through.
Great. Great, thank you. Are there any other final questions?
Chair, if I might, unless Ms Penfold has got something in line.
I do actually. I just wanted to ask a question around flood mapping. Is that something that council does on a regular basis to help inform the National Flood Information Database?
Thank you. Matthew Hyde again. Certainly with our planning scheme mapping, we have some old flood mapping. We do generally get some assistance. It's not a priority for the City of Wodonga at the moment to update our flood mapping. We're not significantly impacted by floods. Some of our areas around House Creek, we're certainly doing some work in that area at the moment and making sure that we're protecting houses with levee banks, etc. And some of that has received some assistance in trying to get that data together. But certainly I can...
Yeah. I was just wondering, are you aware of the connection between the National Flood Information Database and insurance companies using that in terms of their, premium, being able to decide on allocation of premiums? If the database isn't up to date, then the insurance companies are relying, therefore, on old data, which does affect premiums. So, yes, is there an understanding of that connection?
Matt Hyde again from City Wodonga. Yes, certainly as part of regional cities, we're well aware of what some of that updated mapping is doing. We haven't updated our mapping in Wodonga for some period of time, and don't think those issues that are being experienced by other local governments are being experienced by us here at Wodonga at this stage.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Haynes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I just wanted to connect those couple of things around untied grants, competitive grants and disaster readiness. The Disaster Ready Fund, which is about preparation really, is a competitive grant. Have you had success under that grant program? Do you think there is a better way to do this than a competitive grants round on disasters?
At the City of Wodonga, we haven't had any funding applications in that stream. Certainly, the same principle that allocated funding on a regular basis is better than competitive funding. Competitive funding, the timeframes don't allow us to be prepared for that. So certainly formula-based funding that we can predict coming in and apply to the highest need in our communities is important. Around disaster management, it's probably not our highest priority at the City of Wodonga at this stage, but certainly we do have some concerns around bushfire overlays and BAL ratings and the impact it has on our growth corridor particularly. And so it would be good to do some work ahead of that. We have recently applied for some funding and been unsuccessful around upgrades to our evacuation centre that was recently used in the bushfires. And the upgrades were because of that facility not being fit for purpose. We have attracted funding in the past to upgrade that facility, but not fully. And so we had aged people that were having to walk 500 and 600 metres in the middle of the night to go to the toilet, and certainly dignity and respect for those people to have easy access to toilet and shower facilities is certainly what we're after in that facility. So it was one of the downfalls, and we have done some design work and applied for funding in that area, but not been successful at this stage.
And could you just, for the record, Mr Hyde, applied for funding to state or federal or both? Where were you going for?
Certainly both. So we're looking for all opportunities to upgrade that facilities. It's a small investment based on the initial investment that was done in that area to finish that off, and we've talked to both state and federal government about that. And certainly the City of Wodonga has put aside funds predicting in next year's budget to contribute towards that program.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you so much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I'll now suspend the hearing. Resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the rural city of Wodonga to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yes, good morning. I'm Irene Grant and I'm the Mayor of the rural city of Wangaratta.
Good morning, committee. Matt Nelson, I'm the CEO of the rural city of Wangaratta.
Morning, Sarah Brindley, Director of Corporate and Leisure at the rural city of Wangaratta.
And Anthea Sloan, Service Development Manager at Wangaratta.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference. Might go to you.
Alice Jordan-Baird, Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Jo Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong in Metro Melbourne.
And Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
And Helen Haynes, Member for Indi, and welcome to the rural city of Wangaratta. Fantastic. Thank you for your submission and for being here today.
And joining by teleconference today.
Alison Penfold, Federal Member for Lyme, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales. Thank you for coming along today.
Great. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Good morning, Councillor Irene Grant, and thank you for the opportunity to appear here today. And perhaps to give some context, the rural city of Wangaratta is a regional city in northeast Victoria, serving a population of more than 30,000 people and acting as a service centre for surrounding rural communities. Wangaratta is strategically located between Albury, Wodonga and Benalla on the Hume Freeway and on the main Sydney to Melbourne rail line. Our council delivers 52 services to our community, and beyond rates, roads and rubbish, our residents engage with council from cradle to grave, from maternal and health and early years services through to aged care and through everyday experiences such as swimming, fitness, recreation, arts and cultural activities, the library and support for local business. Wangaratta is a thriving regional city providing employment and services well beyond its municipal boundaries. It generates more than $5 billion in annual economic output. Our economy is led by health, education and retail, alongside manufacturing, agriculture and tourism, which are all critical to regional employment and service delivery. Wangaratta has the ambition to grow. We currently have 10,000 homes with a state housing target of 6,000 additional homes by 2051. Importantly, we have the land capacity to support continued growth, but what determines whether growth happens efficiently is enabling infrastructure. Like many regional councils, we are on the front line of infrastructure delivery, emergency response and essential community services, but funding frameworks have not kept pace with the needs and expectations of our region. Our comments today will focus on these areas: reliable recurrent funding, 2, critical regional infrastructure, and 3, opportunities to improve productivity and coordination across local government. I'll now hand over to Matt Nelson, our CEO, to build on our focus areas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Committee. So the first focus area is on increased and reliable current funding. So firstly, Council is seeking stronger, more reliable recurrent funding that provides certainty to plan, keeps pace with inflation, to maintain assets and delivers essential services sustainably, particularly through the Financial Assistance Grant and Roads to Recovery programs. While a range of Commonwealth programs exist, certainty for councils primarily comes from recurrent funding streams that underpin core service delivery and asset maintenance. A clear example is Roads to Recovery. While funding has increased in nominal terms, it has declined in real terms relative to the growth of construction and maintenance cost. From 2015 to 26, our Roads to Recovery funding has increased by around 24%, which we are very grateful for. However, over the same period, CPI has increased by approximately 38%. And if you look in the age today on the Victorian budget, you'll see the increase, which again we welcome in terms of road maintenance, but how far that will go with increased input costs is the other thing that needs to be understood. So this directly affects Council's ability to maintain and renew local roads. As I say, we welcome the increase announced for the 24 to 29 Roads to Recovery program, but it still does not restore councils to the level we need to keep pace with construction and maintenance costs, and this is a consistent theme throughout our submission. Council also supports a nationally consistent approach to strengthening financial assistance grants and associated recurrent funding settings so local government can share fairly and broader revenue growth and keep pace with rising costs and service our community's expectations. A related issue, and I'm sure the committee has heard this phrase time and time again, is the ongoing cost shifting from other levels of government to local councils. In many cases, responsibility service expectations have increased over time without funding keeping pace, resulting in councils progressively absorbing a greater share of costs year after year. So for Wangaratta, the estimated impact of cost shifting in 24-25 was just under $2 million. That represents 3% of our annualised expenditure. So before we start the grader, before we turn the light on, we have 3% of our expenditure tied up in cost shifting. This, coupled with reducing recurrent grant revenues and introduction of rate capping 10 years ago, means we are faced with increasing difficult decisions around service delivery. Quite frankly, we continue to deal with the cost-price squeeze in delivering our services each year. Addressing cost shifting is therefore an important part of strengthening recurrent funding settings and ensuring councils can deliver essential services without undermining our long-term financial sustainability. And that cost-price squeeze we have year after year impacts what our next decade looks in terms of what we can provide for our community. The second focus area is about critical regional infrastructure and resilience. There are critical regional infrastructure assets that underpin our growth, safety and resilience, but do not sit neatly within existing funding frameworks. By way of structure, I'll make 3 points here: enabling infrastructure for growth, assets that fall between programs, resilience and recovery. For Wangaratta, enabling backbone infrastructure is the key to delivering housing and economic growth. These are the revenue streams that we can start to see in future years. As the Mayor said, while Wangaratta has a state housing target of 6,000 additional homes by 2051, we know that we have the land capacity to grow well beyond that. Based on existing zoned land and land identified for future rezoning, Wangaratta could accommodate approximately 15,500 additional dwellings with the potential for further growth beyond this number. To indicate the scale, these are significant, lifelong investments that directly affect the pace and quality of growth. Unlocking that growth will require significant investment in enabling infrastructure and including an estimated $350 to $400 million for local infrastructure such as roads, trunk infrastructure, drainage, footpaths, open space and community facilities, as well as around $600 million in water and sewage infrastructure. The essential point, committee members, is that we have land capacity and demand. The limiting factor is whether enabling infrastructure can be funded and then delivered in a timely way to provide confidence on the demand side for developers to come and play their part as part of meeting our housing growth targets as well. Strategic timely infrastructure investment will determine whether this growth occurs slowly or can be accelerated to meet broader regional and national housing and economic objectives. A practical example of infrastructure falling between funding frameworks is the Wangaratta Aerodrome, which is owned and operated by Council and plays a vital role in emergency services, including air ambulance, policing, search and rescue and firefighting. In 2025 alone, the aerodrome supported 370 emergency service landings, underscoring its importance to community safety and regional resilience. Despite this role, there is no consistent recurrent funding framework to support the ongoing maintenance and renewal. Without support for resealing runways, taxiways, which is anticipated to cost $16 million, Council risks losing its CASA certification. It is therefore an asset with a clear safety and emergency services role, but without a predictable pathway for renewable funding, you can understand the real threat we have for that service and the role it plays, as I outlined previously. In addition, there's an opportunity to reduce operating costs where councils can secure upfront support to improve the efficiency of existing assets. We thank the Commonwealth for the Community Energy Upgrade Fund, through which Council has recently been awarded approximately $650,000 to support the transition of our beloved Sports and Aquatic Centre from gas and electricity. With annual energy costs of around $600,000, there is further opportunity, particularly through additional solar, to deliver significant long-term savings and improve asset resilience. Programs that support asset efficiency improve council productivity and reduce the pressure on recurrent funding, but it can be difficult to fund upfront without that target assistance. So even without the funding for those recurrent programs, investments made by all tiers of government into these sorts of projects will help with our annualised operating expenditure and therefore improve our sustainability. The final point under infrastructure is resilience, noting that fire and flood are increasingly a recurring cost rather than a one-off event. Our geography gives us many things to be grateful for, but increasing fire and flood events come at a real cost to our organisation and, more importantly, our community. Local governments play a central role not only in immediate response, but in restoring damaged roads, drainage, bridges and community infrastructure, supporting displaced residents and managing recovery well beyond the initial emergency phase. However, funding settings do not always recognise the short or long-term costs of disasters or the importance of resilient local infrastructure. Current arrangements often prioritise reinstatement to previous standards rather than supporting betterment, rebuilding infrastructure in ways that reduce future risk and improve resilience to repeat fire and flood events. Quite frankly, how can we build back better? Stronger support for betterment would deliver better value for public investment, reduce long-term recovery costs and help regional communities withstand future disasters. In addition, the process for claiming repair of damaged infrastructure such as bridges is onerous and lengthy, leading to significant delays in remobilising communities following an emergency event. In the worst case scenario, it could leave residents isolated on or away from their properties. Rapid response is essential in emergency, and this process needs to be significantly improved. In some cases, including in communities such as Markwood, bushfire recovery support for residents has been limited, not qualifying for the financial recovery funding that other fire-affected communities have received, despite the real physical loss of their primary residents. We would also like to take this opportunity to thank our local member, the member for Indi, Dr. Helen Haines, for ongoing advocacy for the fair treatment for our residents. We would very much encourage that the Emergency Management Minister, Christy McBain, considers making exception to include these residents. The third focus area for our submission addresses productivity and coordination across local government. There are genuine opportunities to improve productivity and reduce duplication across local government, but these require national leadership to be realised at scale. Residents increasingly expect a seamless digital access to government services, yet the current experience is fragmented across federal, state and local systems. They don't care which tier of government it is, they just want to see integration to make it available and easily to access. Council supports Commonwealth leadership on a national local government transformation agenda, including digital integration, shared services and coordinated service delivery. This includes opportunities such as integrating local services into broader digital platforms, exploring federated sign-on using MyGov or state credentials, and supporting councils to digitise high-volume services in a way that connect with state and federal systems. Shared service hubs and coordinated procurement could also deliver substantial financial benefits, but require national coordination to achieve scale, plus ongoing digital literacy support for our communities to help us become more efficient over time. An emerging part of this productivity challenge is AI readiness. AI has the potential to significantly improve efficiency and service quality in areas such as planning assessments, customer service, asset management and compliance. However, many councils, particularly regional councils, are at very different starting points in terms of digital maturity, digital capability, workforce skills and governance frameworks. Without coordinated leadership, there is a risk that AI adoption across local government will be fragmented, duplicative and uneven. In closing, Council supports reforms that strengthen the long-term sustainability of local government. We seek stronger, reliable, recurrent funding, fit-for-purpose infrastructure funding, and national leadership on productivity and digital reform. Committee members, I'd also like to make the point that we are not necessarily looking for handouts. We are ready to work in genuine partnership with governments at every tier. Strong relationships across local, state and Commonwealth levels are essential to delivering shared objectives and unlocking regional growth. This is particularly true in the role local government can play to co-invest with federal and the Victorian governments to meet the common issue we face at the moment around housing, housing affordability and housing supply. With the right funding settings, regional centres like Wangaratta can unlock the true potential, and we stand ready to partner, as I say, with all tiers of government. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you. I've got a couple of quick questions and then another question. Did you receive or council receive funding under the regional airports program at all?
Yes.
To help with upgrades?
I think it was around fencing for us at our aerodrome, not specifically around the taxiway or the runways that Matt was referencing before. Excuse me, Anthea Sloan.
Okay, no, that's okay. And also I noted you talked about obviously the need for betterment funding. Has your council benefited from there was some specific infrastructure betterment funding to help build back better after disasters? Have you been able to benefit from that?
Apologies for me looking at the staff. This is week 4 for me as CEO.
Oh, that's
so
okay.
I won't have the history that my finance people will.
Sure.
I will have to take that on notice. I'm not aware. Nothing is coming to mind.
Okay, that's all right. Yep.
Irene Grant, the Mayor, and I'm not aware of any funding that we've received under that program.
Betterment. Yeah. Okay, that's okay.
You can clarify post.
Yeah. No, I'd just be curious on that. Thank you. And also, I know you talked about shared service hubs, and you want the Commonwealth Government to play, a leadership role in that. But can you explain, just for the benefit of everyone, like what would that mean? Like, what would that look like in a practical sense, and how would joint procurement work between councils for shared services?
I think there's a couple of things, Chair. One will be that we'll see where services may be required, and obviously there's bricks and mortars to house that. And rather than having 3 tiers of government or government agencies look at how they actually create that presence, it would be around integration and sharing some of that service planning and costing to look at where there might be, shall I say, a one-stop shop for those services to be delivered as well. In terms of procurement, I think it would also come down to, whether there's physical or there's sort of soft infrastructure that might be required that, again, would be of benefit to all tiers, the service providers' bottom line, rather than we all go out and we duplicate some of the costs that we could avoid. Now, I know that's good in theory and whether the practicalities work for consideration of probity, but again, I think it's about how we can come together to plan for the physical location, how we look at efficiencies within our operating costs, which might be the procurement side as well, to then be able to make our dollars go further from our operating expenditure as well.
All right, thank you. I might go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for appearing and providing such a comprehensive presentation. My first question, and it's a consistent one I'm asking, is what percentage of your total revenue is the financial assistance grant to your council?
Sarah, you can go.
About 13% from here.
About 13%.
Sorry, what was that? You'll have to speak up, sorry.
13%, 1-3.
13%, thank you. And have you got a quantified dollar amount of your renewal funding gap? So for infrastructure, I mean. So a lot of the evidence we've received is that, a lot of assets are coming to end of life, and the capacity for councils to either maintain or renewal is significant, and I'm just wondering whether you've got a quantified dollar amount of that work that current funding arrangements don't enable you to do that work.
I I think while Anthony is looking up the number, in our current budget, our depreciation is greater than somewhere between 20 to 23 mil that we have in our within our balance sheet. We have invested in systems to understand our asset values and depreciation to help us with our longer term financial plan. So that is certainly the work that we've been doing. Anthony, have you got a number?
Yep. So in terms of a renewal gap over the last 10 years, we're sitting at around $42 million.
Right, okay. It's a significant figure. And final question, do you have any comments to make on constraints to council's capacity to grow its own source revenue? So, beyond any changes to government funding, are there particular constraints that you would like recommendations made to be changed or removed?
Team, any thoughts?
It's Anthea Sloan here again. I think I would share our experience of how we're tackling our financial sustainability challenges. And the most current year is a really good reference point for us in that we have tried to be ambitious about having our community members grow their contribution to our total revenue and looking at user fees and other sources of revenue in that user pays model. But we have really experienced, whether through broader economic shocks or just challenges within our community, the ability for them to actually fund that. So in this year alone, we've, I think, not achieved our revenue targets around $2 million, and that's quite significant for us. That's a big share of our total revenue, and it's something that now becomes our baseline going forward. And so while we are trying everything we can do to go to our local community members and ask them to try and contribute to our total sources of revenue, there is a real challenge for us to rely on them as a source of our financial health going forward.
I think the other thing, in addition to Anthea's comments, so we've obviously looked at rate income, service fees, charges, and so forth. But we've also trying to take stock of what land we have, whether that can be used in a different way or be disposed of to assist with our revenue stream. I mentioned before about the aerodrome. There's land there that we could use for job creation, sort of precinct activation. But again, that requires that enabling infrastructure investment that I mentioned before. So we're sort of trapped between having enough working, finances, let alone working capital, to be able to invest in that enabling infrastructure, knowing that that can deliver a financial source for us. In addition to services that we provide, that we will be the only provider in the marketplace. There may be other providers there that we can look at. We have an organics farm that's doing quite well, but that may be of interest to the waste market. So again, whether we look at a sale process or whether we look at rev share opportunities to partner under that sort of classic more PPP, they're all the things that we're currently exploring. Because as I said in my speech, with rate capping and especially in the current cost of living crisis, we can't expect to tax the community more. It's just not going to happen. So we're constantly in the cost of wages, cost of materials over and above what we can charge for rates. So that's why we've tried to take a more, shall I say, entrepreneurial approach, knowing our role, especially in the market, and not to compete against the market, but looking at our land, how we operate our service to see whether there's other cash flows over that 10-year sort of financial plan.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Haynes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the submission and witness statements thus far. The point you make around the capacity for Wangaratta to grow, and you've identified the current housing targets, some of which have been imposed upon you, and then there's the opportunity where you could do more, but the barrier, as you've identified it, is critical enabling infrastructure. And I imagine by that you mean what happens below the ground, and you've spoken to water and sewage connection, for example, but also above the ground in terms of community facilities as well. The government has a housing support program which has $1.5 billion in it nationwide. You've identified a $1 billion gap in the rural city of Wangaratta alone. Tell me, what other ways do you think that the Commonwealth can be contributing to critical enabling infrastructure? What do we need to do?
I think there's a number of things that can be considered for Federal Minister O'Neill and the targets that they're looking at, and indeed from a Victorian government perspective of an ambitious target of 80,000 homes per annum. That tripartite agreement that I said at the close of my statement, again, if there were to be how each council or regional city council might be the starting point, could work with the state and the federal government to identify where those growth corridors and opportunities are as well. And that would be the quickest way to be able to unlock housing, as opposed to looking at densification of apartments that are not feasible for the market without some sort of service and availability payment as well. So I think that would then mean, from a rural city of Wangaratta process, we could bid into HSP and other programs with confidence, and reciprocally the Commonwealth Government would have confidence that we can deliver on that front as well. Now, that's on the supply side. The other key message it would send is very much to our developers and the development market on the demand side that these projects and the pipeline are very real. Where we've been trapped with some of our growth corridor work is that we've had to front load some of those payments for investments for retention basins to give the confidence for the developers to come forward with the physical subdivision work. But again, we get caught in the holding cost of that over a period of time. So I think, to answer your question, better joined up approach between the tiers, that local place-based, these are where we can see acceleration of housing, and the business case assessment of the enabling costs versus the number of allotments that we get. But I think that's the quickest way home, rather than fund opens, limited time to submit. There's much more of a strategic approach in the current crisis that would yield better outcomes.
That's great, thank you. You mentioned also around cost shifting from state government to local government, and you touched on things like maternal and child health. I know that the rural city of Wangaratta is one of the few local governments, in my patch at least, that is in the childcare, early education and care space. That's the kind of infrastructure too. I imagine that if with a larger population-based, you would be seeking some methodology to address that kind of service delivery too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure, Sarah, if you've got further on that, but
do you have your cost shifting list from that one?
Yeah, I don't have anything specific on maternal child health. I think there is capacity within...
More early education and care, probably, would be where I'd be thinking.
Yeah, so we do, more recently our region has seen a reduction in utilisation of childcare places because of some of the, unfortunate events that have happened over the course of the last 12 months. So there is some capacity for parents to take advantage of places. But of course, as the municipality grows, and if we work towards those growth targets, we would need to see an increase in childcare places because the current service delivery is a combination of public service delivery of ourselves and other not-for-profits, and then for-profit service providers.
And I think, Dr. Haynes, as we talked in the submission, the Mayor and I, about that certainty will help us doing some of that service planning provision as well. And then we can take, we can be more informed about the expenditure we prioritise in our annualised budget to keep pace with that service delivery that's required. We would love cost shifting to go away. I don't think that's going to happen. It's there. We've got to deal with it. But it impacts upon every dollar we spend, every service that we provide. But we would welcome further discussion on how we deal with that issue, especially in the current financial predicament.
Chair, if I may, You've spoken a bit, and in your submission you make particular reference to disaster readiness and responses to disaster. And one of the things I picked up is the delays in payment to local government after a disaster has occurred. Wondering if you could speak to that. You've touched on betterment, but if you could speak to the delay element, and also if you could let the committee know your experience with the Disaster Ready Fund, which is a competitive fund, and if you've had any success with that, and where you think funding should be in terms of resilience and readiness.
Yeah, the others that have been at the council longer than 4 weeks might be able to speak to the last part of your question, but I think, Dr Haynes, the issue you face, as you will all appreciate through any form of disaster, is the need for dealing with the incident in a timely manner to restore order. And so the costs that we gladly, expend to make sure that we can get quicker back and then get into the recovery phase is where we get caught out. If I think, and I'm not sure if Taiwan will give evidence today, but if I think back to the 2019-20 fires and livestock that had to be put down, and again there was this sort of tension between, is it a state responsibility or a council responsibility? The finances are much different to Wangaratta versus Markwood, and there was work we had to do to help restore the road, nearly $100,000 that were out of pocket. But again, that's what we need to get done to restore confidence back into our community. Over other disasters, especially through flood, you can imagine the impact on trying to get back to a sense of readiness to restore, as I say, that sense of order or social cohesion for people outside of being in the recovery hub as well. In terms of our experience with the grant program you mentioned, I'm not sure if others in the team can provide comment on that.
Anthea Sloan. I don't believe we have made applications for this particular round of the Disaster Ready program. We have most recently completed construction at a upgraded relief centre at our Parklands precinct and showgrounds, and that was a recipient of a $2 million Commonwealth grant. And I'm sure there will be more work to do around disaster readiness, but we haven't gone through the most recent round programs. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Oh, yes.
Sarah Brindley, maybe I can just talk a little bit more to the claims process for the disaster recovery funding for councils for infrastructure that's damaged during emergency events. So that about 3 or 4 years ago, I think there was a shift in the claims process for councils to recoup those unplanned expenditures, and it would be for something like, bridges that prevent community access to their homes or work. In the moment of an emergency, council's priority is to clear the space and put temporary bridging in place, and then obviously go through the process to tender and get a replacement constructed as quickly as possible. The shift in that process requires councils to have very thoroughly documented and photographic evidence of the status of all of our assets, and then to submit a lot of that documentation for the claims. That was tightened a lot, and a lot of, I suppose, bureaucratic emphasis placed on that process, so that slows down the council side, and then obviously someone has to assess that claim at the other end, so that actual claims process can be quite lengthy before council recoups the funds. The feeling, I suppose, is there's a bit of maybe there's a trust issue in there of councils, a feeling that councils were misusing funds originally to upgrade assets that perhaps, or that they needed to be repaired, and was it from the emergency? At the same time, we're genuinely in an emergency situation and these assets need to be dealt with, and it can be millions of dollars impact on our cash flow. So that's the infrastructure claim and the disaster recovery claim process, and the shift that was made there a few years ago.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
Thanks, Chair.
Ms Fiscal.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Thanks very much for being here today. I got to stop in at Wangaratta on my way up here from Melbourne. I just wanted to go to, just following on from a couple of questions that Dr Haynes put forward, in particular around early education and care. Part of the work that we're doing as a committee is looking at all and exploring all the avenues of Commonwealth funding that is available to local government, and one of which was most recently our wages retention payment that was accessible via the federal government. I was wondering whether you could provide some commentary around whether you've made an application for your services to increase your wages for your early childhood educators, how that process was, and where your interactions with that fund.
Sarah, you might know more than...
Yeah, Sarah here. I'm not actually 100% sure where we've landed. It did come up for discussion with our staff, and initially we weren't applying. I'm not sure, though, if that's changed, so we can confirm that. I know part of the concern is what happens at the end of that, and obviously you've raised the income for your staff and then you're taking it away again, which will, of course, have a further impact on them. But I think if we take that on notice, we can definitely provide you more information there.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. And just sort of on that same route around all of the potential avenue of Commonwealth funding, I absolutely appreciate the evidence that you've provided, and we have heard this over the course of inquiry around untied versus tied competitive grants and in that nature. But on that same throw of wages funding for early childhood educators, what are some of the other Commonwealth funded programs that you have that sort of sit outside the traditional, either through the disaster recovery or roads to recovery? Like, what are some of the other Commonwealth funded programs that you might be able to touch on that you've experienced, that you've been able to benefit from?
Sarah Brindley here. I might talk to one that Matt talked to in his presentation earlier, which is the Community Energy Upgrades Fund grant. So we were fortunate to be awarded about $650,000 through that, which is one-to-one funding, which will contribute to us shifting from our gas usage to electrification of our sports and aquatic centre. Our annual energy bills there are about $600,000 a year.
Yep.
So that is an emissions reduction benefit initially. The next bit we would love to see is continuation to help councils then improve their power efficiency and costs by continuing to support funding for solar.
Yep.
We've been rolling out solar across our facilities for several years, but that's one that many of us have moved to the VIC renewable funding agreement, so it's not an energy emissions reduction play anymore, but it is a substantial opportunity for financial efficiency improvement. Yeah.
I think the other program I'd draw the committee's attention to is within the regional development RPP funding as well. The RPP funding is much sought after and well received, but the process does take considerable time. Especially when you consider a lot of those projects is that sort of business case and master planning. By the time you submit, wait, do the work, it can be sort of 3 years from go to woe. The regional development sort of infrastructure funding, again, we would welcome more conversations around design of that fund to meet acuteness within area, and also probably shifting into having that understanding of those investments, what can that do, not only from the bricks and mortar, but whether it be preventative health or in our case be around financial sustainability. So for example, the energy upgrade sort of audit for the Sports and Aquatic Centre is fantastic, but if there was another program we can use for battery or other things to take pressure off our OPEX, again, that means our budget goes further.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Did you have a quick question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you all for appearing before our committee today. Your submission touches on a whole lot of policy areas: funding, regional aviation, workforce and digital literacy. I'm particularly interested in the digital literacy. You sort of talk about the fragmentation of access to digital platforms at a local, state and federal level. And as you say, people just see government, and I think all of my committee members can attest to how many tree pruning queries we receive as federal members. You said there's sort of an opportunity to integrate these sort of local services into broader digital platforms. How do you see this working, and what do you see the role of local government in that process?
To talk to that, Sarah Brindley, I'll talk to that. So my frame of reference is a bit the Digital Cabinet Office in the UK. Obviously, there's 2 layers of government there, not the 3 we have here, but where probably 15 years ago they took the strategy to gradually bring all their community services into the one government platform. At a federal level, that's been occurring as well with the ATO and Medicare and various other services. So I think at the federal level there is the opportunity to over time bolt more services into that overarching digital services platform. We have Services Victoria, there's Service New South Wales, I don't know the others, but I'm sure they're there too. At the state level, I do think there's an opportunity to get behind those and fund them more and drive a bit more efficiency and consistency across the sector at a state level. I guess you could, if you drive a lot at state level, then it will become harder potentially to integrate at federal level because we'll all go our own way. So there's probably a discussion there between state and federal to see what's the end goal for how we give all our citizens access to all their services, and could you have your ATO and your health service and then your local government as the extra plug-in through a platform. That would obviously take many years to get to, but I could see that being a consistent way to giving all our citizens access to their services. I would mention the main technology providers in our sector. We use Tech One a lot, there's Civica and others. I think the relationship with those partners is underutilised, and particularly with all this evolution that's coming with AI. And I know Tech One has their plans for how they'll build that into their system, but with greater support and partnership with both federal and state government levels, we could go faster and better. And that's where, as an individual council, it's really challenging to invest in building a whole AI platform for making your planning permits done much quicker. But if you did that at a federal and state level, you could really achieve a lot. The last bit I would talk about is that digital literacy for communities. There's a risk that we isolate some of our community if they're not digitally literate. And so we do still place a value on providing those face-to-face frontline services, and we know there's parts of our community that really value that. But I do think funding to support digital literacy, and that is a service that could be delivered through our customer service and library teams to help continually uplift that skill set in our community, would be really valuable, because some of our community try and use those portals and it's just a huge source of stress for them to try and navigate something they're not familiar with.
Thank you. Right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, so thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Strathbogie Shire Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Scott Jeffrey, Mayor of Strathbogie Shire.
Rochelle Kutroki, Chief Executive Officer of Strathbogie Shire.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with a transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference.
Alice Jordan-Baird, Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Jo Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong in Metro Melbourne.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
And Helen Haynes, and we know each other very well, Member for Indi.
And joining us by teleconference today is the Deputy Chair.
Yes, good morning. Alison Penfold, Federal Member for Lyme, Mid North Coast of New South Wales. Thank you.
And I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and to contribute to this important inquiry. I'm Scott Jeffrey, the Mayor of Strathbogie Shire, a small rural municipality in regional Victoria. Never has the issue of local government funding been more important. As you've heard throughout these hearings, councils are under unprecedented financial strain. In Victoria, rate capping means our primary revenue source is not keeping pace with inflation, while rising fuel, materials and labour costs are placing sustained pressure on already constrained budgets. Likewise, our community are on their knees, with increased cost of living and doing business and a huge increase in taxes. They too cannot afford to cover the costs of council. For Strathbogie Shire Council, these pressures are compounded by repeated natural disasters. In January 2026, our Shire experienced a catastrophic bushfire event. The fires burned approximately 138,000 hectares, destroying 112 homes and 284 other structures within our Shire, and caused extensive damage to roads, bridges, culverts and community facilities. The fire went on to devastate predominantly the Murrindindi Shire. Our key industries, agriculture, viticulture, equine and tourism, were severely impacted, with ongoing economic, social and mental health consequences. Proposed disaster funding is inadequate to fund our response as the main agency for disaster recovery, and furthermore, it is inequitable in terms of scale. This event followed 2022 floods, meaning our communities and our budget are dealing with the cumulative impact of consecutive disasters, with a gap of $3 million plus the rebuild of Kerwin's Bridge, estimated at $7.5 million following the floods. Between the floods and the fires, we've been suffering from drought, which arguably we are still in. Strathbogie is a small rural council with a population of just over 11,500 people. We have a limited rate base, modest administrative capacity, and a large and dispersed asset network to maintain. Our economy is heavily reliant on agriculture and tourism, with a significant portion of our infrastructure servicing not only our residents, but visitors and regional users who do not directly contribute to our rate base. A fundamental issue for us is the low level of untied funding available to local government. Financial assistance grants remain the only consistent source, yet they have declined to approximately 0.51% of Commonwealth tax revenue, well below their original target of 1%. In practice, much of the remaining funding available to councils comes through small, competitive grant programs. While welcome, these are often fragmented, administratively burdensome, and require co-contributions and upfront funding that small rural councils cannot easily sustain. This can mean communities with the greatest need miss out. Current funding arrangements do not adequately recognise the structural cost pressures faced by rural councils where costs are higher due to distance, scale and the need to maintain extensive road and transport networks that support agriculture, freight and tourism. The recent bushfires exposed broader systemic challenges, including limited local surge capacity, underfunded fuel management, fragile electricity and telecommunications networks, and gaps in integrated local knowledge into emergency decision-making. Recovery funding was often slow, fragmented and not well aligned to rural needs, particularly for agriculture, small business and uninsured losses. At the same time, expectations on local government continued to expand, particularly in emergency management, resilience and long-term recovery, without corresponding reform to funding frameworks. This creates increased financial pressure and risks, undermining our ability to maintain infrastructure, deliver essential services and support our communities. We also spend inordinate amount of time and money advocating for the provision of basic services and funding, displacing work that we actually should be doing, delivering outcomes for our community. If we are to support population growth, economic development and resilient communities in rural Australia, we need funding reforms that are fair, sustainable and fit for purpose. This includes increased untied funding, ensuring indexation reflects real cost increases, reducing the administrative burden of grant programs, and investing in disaster resilience and critical infrastructure, particularly reliable power and telecommunication, which remain a significant barrier to regional growth and livability. Without reform, the pressures we are experiencing will not only intensify as climate-driven disasters become more frequent and severe, and the ability of ratepayers and volunteers to fill the gaps diminish. Thank you for your consideration. The CEO, Rochelle Quattrocchi, and I welcome your questions.
Well, thank you, and thanks so much for your submission and appearing today. I've just noticed, obviously, there's a big focus in your submission on the federal assistance grants. I couldn't hear any mention or in the submission about the Roads to Recovery funding that the Commonwealth provides. I was just wondering if you could provide a bit of information about that, and that's an untied grant program. And I'm just wondering if that's been effective in your area and what you think about that sort of untied program.
Yes, Chair, thank you for the question, and thank you, representatives, for allowing us to appear today before the committee. In terms of the Roads to Recovery, we do welcome this funding, although it's not reoccurring. So it is something that we do heavily rely upon. It's untied, and it is an example of how funding can work really effectively for small rural shires. We have an expansive road network and asset base that we need to maintain, so this funding is really welcomed. However, as I mentioned, it's not reoccurring, and that's a risk to us in terms of our financial sustainability. We don't have other opportunities for revenue raising necessarily, like other metropolitan or larger councils. So that is always a constraint for us in terms of our revenue level. So therefore we rely on other funding, and that's where recurring untied funding is really important to small rural shires.
So can I just clarify, I think you said that it wasn't recurring, but the Roads to Recovery is baked into the budget, and we're progressively doubling that.
Yeah, so there's no certainty, I guess is what I'm saying, on going into our long-term financial plan. So yes, it's built into the budget, but what I'm saying is that there may be in the future, uncertainty about whether or not that will continue. So we welcome that, and that has in place, it's really low-level risk that funding would be removed. But we know that the RPP funding that was mentioned earlier by another party, that's one that's been removed, and that was one that we also were heavily reliant on. The issue for small rural shires is the co-contribution to some of these grant fundings that went. So where it's untied and there's no co-contribution, and the eligibility criteria actually allows for us to apply and provides more access to that funding for a small rural shire. So it is quite challenging for us in terms of administrative burden as well. We've just recently employed a grants officer, but it takes the time, particularly to prepare for some of these larger funding sources that we can apply for, but there's a co-contribution that really restricts us to apply.
Okay, that's all fine. Okay, I might go to Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to you all for appearing today. I want to focus my questions around the Financial Assistance Grants Act, the Federal Act, and particularly around horizontal equalisation. My first question is, in your view, does the current methodology accurately reflect your council's capacity to raise revenue?
With the financial assistance grants, is that the question that it relates to?
Yes, particularly around the horizontal equalisation.
What I would say to you, I believe it is disproportionate for smaller rural shires and does not keep up with the cost of living or inflation. That would be something we would like to have that looked at in the indexation, which is something the Mayor mentioned in his opening statement. So that's where I would see there is a gap there. And particularly where small rural shires, particularly where we are in geographically high-risk environment, we've suffered from a disaster after disaster, and that's also an impact that's not considered either in terms of the criteria, and that's something that we feel should be considered as part of a risk profile as well, in terms of the amount of funding and proportion that's applied, particularly for a small rural shire, given the expanse nature of asset base, but also geographically how large we are in terms of population size, ability to even source revenue from rates income, which is capped at a state level.
Yeah, so you would you? I mean, I don't know how closely you've looked in terms of the act that governs, the distribution of payments, but I'm just interested. Do you think that the current model, which is the basis of the formula, do you think it adequately accounts for asset renewal and replacement costs? I mean, I assume you're deferring some infrastructure maintenance and renewal due to funding constraints. So do you see merit in the model essentially being reviewed, particularly around its capacity to account for renewal and replacement of assets?
No, I do not, and I'll give you an example. So 2022-23, we are still in the recovery process from a flood that impacted on our asset base. We do not have the funds to adequately replace those assets, one being one bridge, just to give you an example, $7.5 million. Our capital budget is in the vicinity of $15 million. So if we were to spend $7.5 million on replacement of that bridge and repair of that bridge alone, then that's deferring much needed funding towards renewal assets away from our ongoing operations, which makes us financially sustainable over time. So going back to your question, I don't think it's proportionate. I don't think it takes into consideration the Act other criterion, and it definitely does not consider the risk profile of rural councils that suffer from disasters as well.
Can I ask what percentage of your total revenue is the financial assistance grant?
I don't have the top of my head what that total amount is, but I would say to you there is a real shortfall in terms of the amount that we have available to apply to our asset base and also renewal activity.
So in your view, sorry, final question, Chair, is the issue the distribution formula, the overall funding pool, or both?
Both. The distribution formula is the biggest issue here, in that it's not proportionate to the risk profile based on population, area and asset base for a small rural shire, and our ability to generate an income from rates or other income sources.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was great. Terrific. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Haynes.
Thanks, Chair. And I'd like to continue on the theme of disaster, but also I want to then take you to critical infrastructure. You've spoken quite a bit about the impact of disasters on your council, both fires and floods. 138,000 hectares of land damaged in the most recent fire, 100 homes lost, and significant flooding in the year prior to that. You also used the word equitable funding. So I'm wondering if you could just speak to your experience in the context of disaster recovery funding arrangements and the broader quantum of financial support provided by both state and Commonwealth governments. Has it been sufficient? Has it been equitable? And when you talk about equitable, what do you mean?
Thanks very much for the question, Dr. Haynes. The disaster relief funding that we have received and that we have line of sight on so far is not sufficient for us to deliver an appropriate recovery as the agency who is accountable for delivering that recovery for our community. What we have established is a recovery hub, which is appropriately managed and resourced, and we know that this recovery will take years from experience of other natural disasters in the state. What we can afford to do with the funds that have been provided will allow us to run that recovery hub for about 12 months. And on top of that, we have a huge area of not only community assets, but roadsides, trees, fences, roads that have subsequently been damaged or damaged during the fire and tree removal process that we simply can't afford to fix. And so that then falls back to the ratepayer to try and cover that cost. And as I mentioned in my opening statement, the cumulative impact of the floods currently sits in Strathbogie Shire at about minus $10 million, which is the $3 million shortfall that council paid that was not recovered from any other government source, plus the ongoing works on Kerwin's Bridge, which is over $7 million. Which we've currently applied for a grant for, co-contributed grant. In terms of equitable outcomes, Strathbogie Shire and Murrumbidgee Shire, who I believe you're speaking to later on, have suffered some of the biggest impacts from this fire, however have received the same amount of funding as other shires who have had far less impact on any measure, whether it's the size of land burnt, whether it's the number of houses lost, whether it's the number of outbuildings lost, or simply the cost to recover back to where we were prior to January 7th. So when I'm talking about an equitable outcome, the funding should be tailored to ensure, particularly small rural councils that otherwise have no ability to pay for these works, the funding should be tailored to ensure that we can remain financially sustainable and that we can carry on the business of council in the best interest of our community.
If I may talk about infrastructure, thank you for the question. Just recently we just heard about the BN11 high voltage feeder, which is one of the longest lines in Victoria that provides power to over 6,000 customers. Unfortunately, the AER did not look at that favourably, and that was not approved. The investment for $38 million was investment in that line. What that means, it's not only an issue in terms of an equitable position and providing people with a standard of living with power and telecommunications they rely upon, it is also a safety issue. So what happened during the fires is we had communities without power for 4 weeks. They also did not have telecommunications, couldn't receive warnings. So the warning system is well improved since the Black Saturday fires and the inquiry at the time. However, they could not receive those warnings. So this is a significant safety issue as well as an inequitable position in modern day living, that we've got people living without power for weeks at a time and over the summer period. It's not unusual in Euroa, in a township of Euroa, to have blackouts 6 times a week. Like, that's just crazy. So people wanting to
just to be clear, this is outside of bushfire season. This is on a yes.
Correct. Yes. So Dr. Haynes, it's a really frustrating thing that we've been advocating for 8 years, and twice now it's been declined by the AER, that investment, and it's seen because the population size is not large enough, but just through the bushfires we've seen how this can play out from a safety perspective and put people at risk, and that's how people are living in this day and age. It's just outrageous. We've done a lot of advocacy in this space. Actually, the Mayor and I brought along specifically around this today. We're happy to submit these today, and there's a lot of information in here for the committee if you would like to read that. But it was really frustrating in terms of that news last week, just dropped last Thursday. And just to think for the communities within Strathbogie and the Mayor and I answering queries from our communities, some real frustration out there. And we are a growing area. We're 90 minutes north of Melbourne. We're actually next in line from Mitchell Shire. Mitchell Shire, the outer region of Melbourne, is Wallen. So, I mean, we're just up the road. We're going to outweigh our targets in the Gambia alone within the next 5 years. But without equitable power, it's just really challenging for growth and also for businesses to thrive and survive.
So just so that the committee are clear about this, we've talked a lot about critical enabling infrastructure across local government areas, and we talk about things that happen below ground, water connections, sewerage, things that happen above the ground, community infrastructure that you need, and I'm sure you need all of those things. But in addition to that, fundamental baseline power is a significant handbrake to your development.
Absolutely.
In non-bushfire, non-flood, day-to-day living.
That's right, day-to-day, that people would expect that anyone in metropolitan Melbourne would rely upon. We do not have reliability in terms of power.
So brownouts as well as blackouts?
Absolutely, which is then a cost impact for businesses as well. So that reliability is not there. There's not consistent reliability.
Thank you.
We can table those documents as well if that's okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for being here today. Really informative. Hadn't realised this particular show, so thank you. I wanted to touch on some earlier evidence today and some commentary over the course of our inquiry has spoken to the opportunities for councils to work together and some efficiencies that can be gained in that in some of the similar services that you provide, and how do you enable that, or as a way, as an efficient use of getting your dollar to go further. I wanted to get your sense of where you could see that working, if it is at the moment, or where the opportunities might be.
Absolutely. I can give you an example that we've actually been involved in a collaborative project with 4 other councils for a new corporate system. And it's been a really good model, and actually regionally people are looking at us, so it's Benalla, Mansfield, Strathbogie and Murrindindi. As we'd all probably know, the corporate systems is a once-in-a-career lifetime, you would hope. I've had a couple of these, but it's a very costly exercise, and for a small rural shire is not attainable. So without going in partnership with the other councils, it just would not have been possible. We're actually then available for some funding, and it's been a really successful project in terms of that. And what's come out of that is a shared service model as well. So you think about some of the overheads of payroll, so services that could be shared across council. We've been able to have a look at that as well as part of that project, and we continue to do that, and building those partnerships is really key across local government. I would say as a sector we're very good at doing that. And I think we've got some really good examples, but that's just one. But we do look at other shared models. Our library services is another one that we co-share also with Shepparton. And Mitchell and Shepparton ourselves are also working on a new brand and have a tourism board as well. So there's different ways that we can do things that we do really well across the sector, and collaborative contracts through waste. We've done a lot of really great work in that space as well. So it absolutely is an area that we look at some efficiencies, cost savings where we can, and as a small rural shire we need to be doing that all the time. It's often the lens that I have on every day when and when we're looking at the budget, because the money's got to come from somewhere, and you know, if we can't look within, then we've got to look more broader and think a bit more innovative about how we deliver our services to be financially sustainable.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And in terms of that particular work, is there, in the councils that you're working with or in your experience in this space, do you see a sort of leadership role for the Commonwealth in that work?
Yeah, I do. And I think the funding streams that actually initiate some of that thinking and innovation would be really good. And it's probably the digital space is probably one, I would say, but also infrastructure. So in the waste era energy, which we've just spoken about, whilst it's not our infrastructure, but how we can partner on some of these across local governments to support our communities. Economically as well, I mentioned the regional partnerships grant earlier. I think that was really a good grant that we had access to that we no longer do, but that's a program that we've looked at regionally as well, how we can work collaboratively together across the sector.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Hey, Ms. Jordan-Bev.
Thank you so much for appearing before our committee today. It's great to have you here, and I want to note that your community has been devastated by a number of natural disasters, floods and fires, so and no doubt this has an impact on every single person that's in your community. I'm keen to pick up on a few of the commentaries already made by Dr. Haynes relating to the disaster payments that you've been receiving as a council. We obviously have the disaster ready funding arrangements. Have you received this funding through the Commonwealth? And I think it's really important that you're also tabling those documents too. I think they'll be really helpful for our committee work. Are there any other funding that you've received from the Commonwealth specifically?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying that yes, we have started to see the funding come in, and it was really welcomed by the state and federal government making announcements early on and declaring, which I think is really important, and then we had access to the funding. What I would say though is where it impacts us is the cost and escalation to set up to then the administration for the funding. Whilst it's well improved, it's quite complex in nature. We've built into our budget for next financial year expense of around $4 million the Mayor just spoke about earlier that's not yet funded. So whilst we believe we'll be successful through this and that we know that will come in time, it's the burden that we carry initially through these disasters, and it's the initial outlay and also capacity. So our capacity to deliver services on the ground that our other community that hasn't been fire impacted or from floods that rely upon. So 85% of our shire still rely upon us picking up the bins and doing other types of things, but we have our efforts and drawn into the recovery as we're the main agency for recovery, and it's a small rural shire that's really challenging. So the funding model is working. We've had a really good support through representatives through Commonwealth as well and state level, and we are appreciative of that funding, but it is also the proportion of the funding, as the Mayor mentioned, one that we're yet to receive, but as well as given the size and impact on Strathbogie Shire, and we were categorised as high or tier 1, but we've received the same amount of funding as some other local governments that had less impact that were forestry fires. Ours is actually private land and fire, which means we're the main recovery agency. That's the difference, but that hasn't been looked at, or the risk profiling. So I think that the criteria around the funding and how that's applied, how it's proportioned, needs to be looked at more closely.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions?
Chair, I could have another one.
Yeah, sure can.
Based on what we've just been talking about in terms of disaster recovery funding arrangements, have you got any views on whether, in fact, what would work more effectively would be a formula-based recurrent funding for disaster readiness? And if you have, what would that look like?
Thank you, Dr. Haynes, for the question. I would say to you that it's more looking at it in a planned sense, so it's very reactive in response to a disaster that may have occurred. As the Mayor's mentioned and I've mentioned, that we are a council that has had a number of disasters. I think it's built in that resilience and capability and having a funding stream to support that, and that should be an ongoing, reoccurring, so that you can set up communities so that they're prepared and the readiness for disaster recovery. It makes more sense than starting it up each time. We are trying to build that model. We know it works really well with our community as well and the engagement that we're getting, but we really need the funding to support that ongoing. As the Mayor mentioned, we've only got the funding for the next 12 months really, and in actual fact, a recovery process is 3 to 5 years, and we're still recovering from the floods. But where it counts is at the front end and actually taking a planned approach, learning from disasters that have passed, what the impacts, what the costs are. We have the data to support that. Why wouldn't we look at that? And that could be some of the criteria that's built in the risk profiling for funding and how that could be applied.
And would you see that as an augmentation to the disaster funding that's already there?
Yes, Dr. Haynes, I think that could be a really good improvement if we could look at it from that lens. So it's not just looked at as, again, also, I would say, if I can, for the Commonwealth, that that's a more planned approach in terms of your budgets and projections as well, and being able to budget for that funding and how that's applied over time.
And finally, Chair, if I might, the Disaster Recovery Fund is a competitive fund with the aim around resilience. Have you been able to apply to that fund in the past and had any success? Any constraints or opportunities there?
I would say again, going back to the planned lens, we haven't had the opportunity because we've been dealing with the responsive and reactiveness from it and responsiveness from recovery. We have taken the time with our advocacy document, which I handed over to the committee now, so that we do have projects that are community resilient and ready, so shovel-ready projects, and that's a place that we'd like to be at into the future so that we can build that preparedness and readiness for our communities. So when the next disaster hits, that we're more prepared and ready and resilient, and having batteries and other types of technology, so we're not relying on feeders and so forth. So we've actually got that built in locally.
Thank you.
And Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to also continue on the disaster funding area, and like Dr. Haynes, I too represent an area that's had to deal with very significant flooding in recent years. My question goes to the status of the flood mapping that your council has done and the National Flood Information Database. Is your flood mapping essentially up to date and loaded into that database?
Thank you for the question. We are currently looking at that with the CMA, so Golden Broken, and also Golden Murray CMA. So there is a flood study that's underway for the Ngambie area that was heavily flooded during the 22-23 financial year. We're also looking at, in our forward planning strategy documents, looking at flood planning in and around Euroa as well. We have existing data and mapping that's available online and accessible, and we do utilise that too currently.
Do you participate in uploading your flood mapping into that database, which is used by insurance companies to determine premiums?
Yes, we have uploaded that data, and the CMAs have as well.
Right. So do you know what, in the area, do you know the latest, what sort of, when the data that's in there, is that a very recent, or is it older data?
The data for Euroa needs to be revisited. The data for Ngambie is currently being remapped.
Right, so it's potentially quite old. How long does that mapping take to complete?
It can take a process of 2 to 3 years, so it is a long process.
Right.
Yep. Particularly if there's a planning
Okay.
scheme amendment as part of our flood planning that's required.
Right, so it's quite a detailed process, and it's not just about the database, but informing your planning decisions as well.
Correct, and it's also the consultation that we need to do with the community, which is a long process and needed, as you would well imagine, because you can make key assumptions based on data, but we also need to test that with the community as well and hear their feedback. So it is a long process for a small rural council again. That is an administrative burden that we carry, and it does take time. Also quite costly if we were to get consultants in. So it is work that we do try and do in-house where we can, but we do seek consultancy where needed, and we work very closely with the CMA as well in support and do that as a partnership approach.
Okay, but it's not one of those. It's not a cost shifting issue. Do you see it as a cost shifting issue? Like, is it core council business, or is it something that state government should be undertaking, given both the impact on premiums, but also the fact that there's a connection through to disaster recovery funding arrangements if we've got flooding in areas where there's been perhaps more recently development in flood prone areas, and that adds obviously to the cost of the recovery.
Correct. I think there is models that have worked quite effectively. I know Melbourne Water in Melbourne is looking at a more catchment approach, so it's just not reliant on a single council authority to undertake the flood planning. I think that approach across regional Victoria would be welcomed, and in terms of that share in costs for that work, and that could be undertaken. I think that's a really good approach that could be looked at.
Great. Thank you very much for that.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair.
One final question. What would be your top 2 or 3 suggestions for the federal government to help improve local government sustainability?
From my perspective, I think the biggest challenge I have in my mayoral role is certainty of funding. So I think it would be helpful to have a blueprint where there was certainty. Look, we're going through the budget at the moment, and there's uncertainty in funding in terms of amount and timing, both of which can affect budget outcomes and the outcomes for the community. So having a blueprint of what funding is available and when would be really helpful. And then probably some direction for state government to outline their accountabilities. And an example of that currently is an unknown for us, is we have requested 3 years of rate relief and ESVF relief from the state government, from the Treasurer. And the fire was four months ago now, almost to the day. And that request was put in roughly three and a half months ago, and we're still unsure where we sit on that. That's a huge impact to our community, but if our local government, if Strathbogie Shire was to take that on and cover that ourselves, then that's a massive impact to the budget. So having some more clarity around, a blueprint, if X happens, Y is the outcome, would be a very suitable response, I think.
Yeah. In addition to that, if I can make mention, there's actually a paper that Rural Councils Victoria did, and that's actually got some really good data in it across the sector for rural councils about some options and opportunities for funding and reform. And I spoke about this, and so did the Mayor as well, untied funding being one of those. Given that particularly small rural shires having not the ability to generate the revenue that other larger regional cities or metropolitans could, but looking at that untied funding that's reoccurring, as I said, we really welcome, roads to recovery and other types of funding, looking at accessibility to grants where there's no co-contribution. A lot of these grants are also capped as well, and also thinking about the risk profile as well, in terms of the size of the council, in terms of the asset base and geographically and population size. I think could be some criteria criterion that could be looked at more closely. But I think it's a really good paper. I made mention of it. It is a bit old now, so it's 2022, but there's some really good data in there, and I think there's some good opportunities to have a look at some of the work that's already been done in that space as well, and they represent us more broadly as a sector in Victoria. So I thought it was a good one just to mention. And the grant programs, as the Mayor mentioned, that provide that longer term certainty is what we're after, because it is really challenging to make any long-term financial forecasts when there's not that reliability of funding streams coming in.
Great, thank you. All right, well, thank you for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I'll now suspend the hearing. We'll now resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Murray River Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's John Harvey and I'm the Mayor of Murray River Council.
Louise Mitchell, Director, Corporate and Community, Murray River Council.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. We'll now introduce ourselves and we will be having some other committee members joining as well.
Jo Brisky, I'm the Federal Member for Maribyrnong, which is in Metro Melbourne.
And Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast. And joining us on teleconference,
Oh, sorry, Alison Penfold here, Member for Lyne. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, John Harvey here. I'd like to thank you very much for this face-to-face opportunity to talk about local government sustainability. From Murray River Council's point of view and from my point of view as Mayor, I believe there's a structural issue with funding of local government in New South Wales. The fact that we're subject to a rate peg that doesn't bear any resemblance to the CPI or other index is quite concerning. The financial assistance grants, the fact that over time successive governments have let those drop from 1% back to, I think it's 0.52% now, but it did get as low as 0.48%. Just to give you an idea, that drop has resulted in a shortfall of $11 million per year in funding, untied funding to our council over that period of time. And of course, cost shifting from all levels of government. And then the big one is our community needs and expectations. They have needs, they have expectations that we will deliver on things like 3,200 kilometres of roads in a disaster like the 22 floods, and aged care and preschool facilities. These are things that local government get involved in. If I can give a minute of that time to Louise.
Louise Mitchell here. I think in a nutshell, what we're experiencing is a real disconnect between our ability to fund and raise revenue to cover the costs of those services. They are very structural in nature, and they are very profoundly felt in New South Wales local government sector. And we also see it playing out at a national level as well, and really in all of the jurisdictions. So we, as Mayor Harvey suggested, we've got a community that rightly expect a high level of service across a range of recreational opportunities, good infrastructure to support them. In New South Wales, we also need to keep up with our utility services of wastewater and water as well. And so in a combination, all of those things put a really significant pressure on us that our revenue and our funding's just simply not equipped to meet.
Okay, thank you. So I know you've talked about financial assistance grants and in your submission and here today. I couldn't see any mention of the Roads to Recovery program, the other, federal untied grants program. I'm just wondering if you could tell us about, your experience with the Roads to Recovery program. It is something that we're progressively doubling, untied grants to local councils to help with the repair and maintenance of local roads. I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about that.
Well, there's no doubt without Roads to Recovery, that maintaining our networks of roads would be very difficult indeed. It is an ongoing Commonwealth-funded program. It provides a formula-based funding for local roads, and it is expected to keep pace with the rising construction costs and maintenance costs. However, we're seeing now, of course, with this war in Iran, the cost of bitumen has risen over the last 6 weeks by 30%, which puts a huge strain. It only partially funds the renewal of local roads, and we utilise that funding for upgrades and some renewals. We had an original amount of 7.45 million in the 2019 to 24 program, and that was later increased actually up to 11.1 million, which was part of the drought relief that we received. We have an allocation of 16.38, which is a 40% nominal increase, but the roads and bridge construction index has increased by 24% during that time, and the remaining 23% so it's increased by 47% over 25-29, but we're asking the question, is it going to keep pace with the results of the conflict in the Middle East? I don't know if you want to.
I would like to expand on that. Thank you, Mayor Harvey. I think it's worth noting that, just speaking from the Murray River perspective, it's our general fund that's under the most pressure in our financial arrangements, and it is transport is one of the costs that is funded out of general funds. So any form of transport funding is incredibly important and helps, I guess, underpin the fortunes of that general fund, but it isn't sufficient to cover those costs. So we do make a substantial contribution of our own raised funds to contribute to transport as well. Just on that, I'd probably, like I imagine a number of other submitters, would just make mention of the cessation of the local roads and community infrastructure grant, and just that was an incredibly welcome and important source of funding as well, because we were able to direct that, quite freely to our own identified priorities that the community most needed as well. So just noting there's no current plans to replace that fund that we're aware of. That would be one that we'd just like to highlight too would be very welcome. And just to expand on that point, because we could also extend that beyond transport facilities through to other valued community assets as well.
If I can add further that Council's push to have the financial assistance grants reinstated to the original 1% is because these funds are untied, also because the way that we receive targeted funding, sometimes contested, not in the case that you're speaking about, but sometimes contestable. Smaller councils like ourselves tend to miss out in those cases. The push to have the financial assistance grants reinstated in the modelling that Council has done will show that we wouldn't have any reliance over a period of time, perhaps 5 years, perhaps up to 10 years, when we've caught up on the backlog of critical infrastructure renewals, that funding such as the roads to recovery and that become less important. In fact, as a responsible council, we'd like to see that if we got that untied funding, that over time we would budget to the point where we could include that in our and cover that with the financial assistance grant increase.
Can I just ask a question, follow-up question on that? So with regards to the financial assistance grants and the freeze some years ago now, what impact did that have on your council, that freeze, in terms of that infrastructure?
Yeah, as Mayor said, that effective decline in the financial assistance grant has does take about $11 million annually out of the budget that we could have otherwise expected. And we're running at a deficit at the moment of around $6 million underlying adjusted result. And just noting too that we've done some modelling that would actually see us come back into a break-even or surplus position, as Mayor said, very promptly within a number of years. So it would have a pretty profound impact to see that that return to its previous levels. What I think we're running a very serious risk of in local government generally, but certainly at Murray River, is if we can't deal with those structural underpinning issues, we're going to have a number of really valued services come under the microscope. And we'll have to ask ourselves some pretty difficult questions about our ability to remain in those services. I could name some examples, but I'll leave it there unless you want to explore the specifics.
I think Council's well aware at the moment. We have a fantastic financial team. We receive great advice from Louisa's team. We know that our general fund will, if we do nothing, will run out of cash in 2028. Therefore, we have to advocate really strong, see if we can get this increase in the fags. If we don't get that, then Council will have to make a very difficult decision. In New South Wales, we're able to apply for a special rate increase through IPART. Our policy at the present time is that we don't want to overburden our community to replace funds that were taken by successive federal governments. So our funding was cut, and we're in a position now where one of the options is we go to our community, ratepayers, and say, look, for us to get out of this, we need to increase our rates by 70% over a 3-year period. And that is not very palatable. The other alternative, of course, is that, as Ms Mitchell mentioned, we would have to cut services. And we would have to go to our community and say, all right, what do you want us to cut? The other thing is, really important thing, and I've heard the government talk about intergenerational fairness. We're going to, as a council, when our term ends, we're going to be handing over to our next generation a lot of debt, a lot of backlog of critical infrastructure. And we believe that by working hand in glove with the federal government to see an increase in the financial assistance grants and the savings that might be affected through that decision within the next 5 years or so. We have to do some modelling on that as an industry as a whole right across Australia. But I believe, looking at what we've done as a local council, that there will be savings for the federal budget by increasing the financial assistance grants, and provided that local government can spend those funds in a very wise way. So I don't know.
I would actually, if I may expand on that, I find it a bit of an unfortunate feature of the current scenario, which is that structural underfunding of local government, both at the federal level, but also through that constraint that we see at the state level on revenue generation, that it sort of effectively shifts that responsibility to the grassroots to actually have that very confronting conversation about cost shifting and sustainability at the local government level. So just to give a bit of an example of that, put it back in our context, the average, or sorry, I should say the median wage of a Warcool resident, so part of our really remote community profile, is well under half of the New South Wales median wage. So these are the communities that are already by definition experience very thin services. They are very much an ageing population. The average age of one of those residents is over 10 years above the national average. So, and there's all sorts of disadvantaged sort of characteristics that unfortunately are in evidence as well. So these are the communities already bearing a very heavy, I guess, load of the cost shift and the factors like water buybacks, and also just the thinness of services generally. So these are the communities we're asking, I guess, to shoulder additional burden through these sort of structural deficiencies that exist in the system. And obviously it's no one's sort of specific fault that this is the point we've arrived at, but these are sort of how the effects play out in some of our really vulnerable remote communities.
I think that's a fair statement. I also think that, I hope you understand that we don't play a blame game. We're all in this together, every level of government, and I think that dialogue such as what we're having today is really valuable. And I think if we sit down and work through these issues, particularly the funding of local government, I think that we can come out at the end with a very sensible, measured and forward-looking result.
Great, thank you. Might go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for appearing today. I've just got some questions that really go to the heart of the horizontal equalisation, fiscal equalisation in the Local Government Financial Assistance Act 1995. Have you considered any changes to the formula around horizontal equalisation that would benefit your council?
You have to take that on notice, I'm afraid. Yeah. Thank you.
So the focus so far has been very much on, well, we'll just increase financial assistance grants to 1%, but we've heard evidence where we have councils who the financial assistance grant is 1% of their total revenue. I'm sure it's much more for your council. So I'm just interested to know whether you see any issues with the formula and have given any consideration to changes to it.
John Harvey here. Thank you very much for the question. Look, the only consideration we've given is that we realise that local government, whether you're a metropolitan council, whether you're a rural and regional council, whether you're in New South Wales or in Western Australia, fact is we're all doing it very tough. And we would rather have, sorry? Oh, we'd rather...
That's all right, keep going, sorry.
Yeah, if we could, we don't want to, I suppose, look at, from an equalisation point of view, we don't want to see a change in formulas and so on. What we're really looking at is that the size of the cake has to increase to resolve the issues, but we haven't given any real consideration to how it's divided up. Thank you.
Okay. Well, noting that comment though, I mean, part of the Act says that each local governing body in a state territory is able to function by reasonable effort at a standard not lower than the average standard of other local governing bodies in the state. Put the point that from what I've heard, there is certainly a view out there that regional councils are operating with far less resources than their city counterparts. So I would, sorry to push the point, but I would have thought that it's not only the pie that's the issue, but also how the pie is divvied up. Particularly if your capacity to grow own source revenue is constrained by your population base. Have you got any comments to that?
Yeah, thank you. Louise here. Certainly wouldn't dispute anything what you've said about disproportionate impacts on rural and regional councils. There's some very good information in the public domain around the specific impact on New South Wales rural councils, particularly very stark picture for those, and also even the merger councils. There's a bit of a disproportionate impact that's flowing through there as well. So don't dispute that it's playing out differently.
So can I just ask, sorry.
That's all, thank you.
Sorry to cut you off, apologies. Please continue.
Yes, if I can just jump in there. The mention of own source revenue, there is definitely a disparity there between urban councils and rural and regional councils. We have less opportunity, I guess, for raising our own revenues than what metropolitan councils have. But in saying that, I'm not sure what costs they have that we don't encounter as well. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. I guess again, just to continue on, because it's an important point. I think part of the formula looks at the ability of councils to raise rates revenue. Surely that doesn't take into account fully the capacity of councils' own source revenue, for example, parking fines. So could that be an area of where reform of the formula could better serve the interests of regional rural councils like yours?
John Harvey, thank you for the question. I think whichever way you look at it, the only way that we can increase our revenues here in New South Wales is by getting those funds from our communities, our ratepayers. What I mean by that is, for example, in New South Wales, we've had the rate peg for many years, and we don't get to know what that is until we're in the middle of doing our budget. So there's a bit of uncertainty there. However, on some occasions, and it is less than the underlying inflation rate. So this year, for example, our rate peg has come in at 3.2%, and our council has taken the opportunity to raise or to recommend raising our rates by 3.2%. But I think you would know now that inflation and the cost of goods and services is running much, much higher than that. So again, whenever that happens, and it happens more often than not, we go backwards. And our council's response over the years has been to seek out productivity improvements. We go to the grassroots within our organisation. We talk to the people on the shovels and on the equipment and say, is there a better way that we can do this job? Is there a better way, not just a cheaper way, but a better way that we can deliver these services to our community? I think 3 years ago we were able to get annual savings of, I'm not sure, I think.
Well, I know that in this previous, we've had to adopt a draft budget, and we've found 5% of operational budget savings in that. But we also know that we've got some serious sort of inflationary pressures that came off the back of COVID, and we've got a widening gap, and we've very little prospect of closing that just through the identification of savings. So,
in saying that 1.2 or 1.275 million we found this year, last month's fuel bill increased by $40,000 just to keep delivering our services and maintaining our assets. So the good work of the staff again is probably going to be undermined a little bit, as all industry is. This is not something just for local councils, but we're feeling this, the effects of the Iran war. That's not something that Australia has had any hand in. So, thank you.
Okay, well, I'm not sure that actually goes to my question, but I appreciate your answer, and if there's time, I might come back to this issue. But Chair, thank you. I'll let you move on.
Right. Thank you. Dr. Haynes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mayor Harvey and Ms Mitchell. I'm Helen Haynes, member for Indi. I'm going to take you somewhere different now. You identify aged care as a specific example where Commonwealth reformers imposed new obligations on Murray River Council without funding commensurate with the real cost of delivery, partly because the private market for aged care in your area is too thin to absorb demand. Can you estimate what the Commonwealth's aged care reforms are costing Murray River Council and what impact this is having on your organisation?
Thank you. It's a great question and one I'm keen to answer properly, so I'll just take a step back.
Sure.
One of the things that's been a positive feature of the current system is that the services are well funded. So we have certainty around funding. It positions us well to provide those services and to deliver them at a really high quality and with a lot of care and passion for our community. And I don't dispute for a moment that that's not something that the private market brings as well, but it is something that we have had a really strong tradition in. The implementation of the reform to this point has been something we've been able to manage. What I think is probably more concerning and on the horizon, we don't yet know the specifics of changes to funding models, that where there's announcements that are imminent and then pushed back, and that's fine. We understand that these are big changes and they take time to implement. The welfare model hasn't served community well in many ways, and we've seen that reform sort of roll through the disability sectors and beyond that, and now sort of into aged care. So I think we all want to see, I guess, an end to that kind of that thinking sort of embedded in our system. But I do think that the certainty of that funding arrangement is something that is worth considering in the context of these very rural and remote communities where those markets don't exist. So I'm a little bit concerned, for example, about the scenario where we have to provide a very wide range of services, and then invoice them afterwards and bear that sort of financial burden and also risk of recovering those funds after the fact. So this is all to come, but these are the sort of scenarios where I feel a bit of consideration for the circumstances of a local government provider like ours, very small council. We provide a pretty big volume of service in the scheme of things for our community. So these are the pressure points we see on the horizon, and they're just compounded, I guess, by the things we've already talked about here. So,
Ms Mitchell, can I just
yes.
get some clarification? Are you talking about supported home-based services
Yes.
for aged care?
Yes,
and in
right.
particular, can you give me an indicator about where your concern is there?
Yeah, absolutely. So we provide a lot of social respite services at the moment, a lot of social gatherings, sort of both individual group settings, community transport and meals and so on. So these are the sort of services that are, I think, really valuable. We're not in the sort of the higher varieties of care, but we can actually see the drive for more individualisation of those services, and that's where the system is heading. So we just want to make sure that we can, I guess, navigate that change. And the funding mix is just, as we said, yet to be publicised, yet to be known. So we're just playing a little bit of a wait and see.
And you want to make sure the Commonwealth understand that as a small rural council with remote
Yes.
populations, you're entering the market vis-a-vis a bigger city setting where local council would not be doing this work?
In the ideal, that's right.
Yeah.
So there was a very good submission. It may have been local government New South Wales. It made reference to local government as a provider of last resort. And
Yeah.
I think that's really telling in this these sort of social services where there are few providers. And I think, again, thinking about Warcool, places like Tooleybuck, these are the communities in Murray River that there are not providers lining up around the block to be involved with. And so
it's not the economies of scale.
It's not the economies of scale, and the ability to absorb big financial shocks is a little bit constrained.
Yeah, I understand.
If I can just add there, I think the block grant funding, the way it is now, provides some certainty for our smaller communities. And those communities generally don't have that scale that you were talking about. Therefore, they don't get the interest from some of the private providers. There's just not there's not sufficient numbers there for them to make a profit out of moving into that area. So that's where the current funding model really works really well for our smaller communities.
The block funding.
The block funding specifically, yeah. If that had to be changed, then it would have really negative consequences for small rural communities.
Chair, if I may, if I could take you to the other end of the life cycle, do you have similar challenges around early education and care, thin markets, childcare deserts?
A little bit, a bit of a different arrangement. So I think the previous witnesses were from the Victorian context, where there's a much bigger presence, more intensive presence of local government in the early years. New South Wales over the river, a little bit different, so maternal and child health much more run through the state system, for example. We certainly hear about the childcare shortages. It's a real pressure point, and it's a pressure point for those ageing and communities that face numerous challenges, but one of them is their ability to, I guess, cater for young families and to support dual income families and also parents who just need to source care for whatever reason. So, yeah, that sort of that childcare scenario is definitely telling. We have some facilities that we provide to committees of management, for example, to run these sorts of services. We're not directly involved in the service delivery, nor would we be in a position to get involved. But I think those pressures are definitely there.
Great, thanks very much. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much. We've heard a lot in this inquiry thus far, in particular, obviously, from witnesses from Victoria and New South Wales around rate capping, rate pegging, as well as some other issues around cost shifting, especially from a state level. I wonder if you could expand a little bit further, because I think some of the other witnesses have also mentioned around some of the structural changes that would be better off in that space, but also the capacity for their residents to pay, to see an increase in that. I wonder if you could expand for us around what could be, or what you would see in your view around some of those restraints that the state have put on you from a New South Wales point of view, and where the opportunities might be there for reform.
Yeah, happy to take the baton and run with that one. Thank you for the question. As I've mentioned earlier, it is a little bit concerning that we are required to go through a special rate variation application process to pursue that pathway. The rate peg essentially is a backward-looking indicator, looking back at what's happened in the previous 12 months. It's very little ability to respond to the here and now. As the fuel crisis is a perfect example of that. COVID was another one where we found ourselves in a very inflationary environment with no ability to respond to that. Look, there's probably no easy response to that scenario, but I would say that being a little bit more flexible to set rates at the local government area level would be a positive thing, and just to have a generally less constrained, probably less set at the state level would be a welcome development. Thank you.
So more opportunity to respond at that level.
Exactly.
And rather than, because obviously one size fits all doesn't account for what's happening locally in your communities.
That's right. And given the very accountable nature of local government, I feel that there are some natural checks and balances on that process that would apply. As we all know, it's a very accountable level of government, and the community will exert, very strong kind of feedback on anything that's not reasonable, I'd suggest.
John Harvey, one of the expenses that we've had as a council over the last 4 years was to the need for a new preschool. And prior to the announcement of free preschools, we were lucky enough to get a grant, but we had to contribute to that about $1.5 million to build a new preschool in Moama. Whilst we're doing that, we have our economic development team who are out looking to encourage private enterprise to come in on the childcare side of things with long day care. Long day care is really important for our smaller communities because it allows parents, male and female, to be able to go out and find some employment, and it really helps our economy. So we try to work with private enterprise where we can, but at times, there are areas where we have to look at the community benefit and jump in and allocate some funding. In terms of the cost shifting, I'm not sure if you're aware of the issues with the red fleet in terms of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service. So the government are contemplating whether the red fleet, so the tenders, the fire engines and tankers and so on, would become a council asset, because currently the fire stations are a council asset and therefore are on our asset register at a cost. And under our accounting principles for local government, we have to depreciate those assets. And if, for example, the state government went ahead and said, all right, well, you're also, instead of just having the sheds, we've got 28 sheds, by the way, and they're not sheds, they're quite decent stations. So if that went ahead and those engines were transferred to our ownership, that would cost our ratepayers in depreciation alone $600,000 a year. You know, for local government, where we're restricted in how we can raise revenue, to have a cost of $600,000 just summarily put onto us, well, it's just not possible for us to fund that sort of thing. But to be fair to the New South Wales government, they are reviewing how they're going to handle that situation. But you know, if you want to talk about cost shifting, we have the elderly or the pensioners rate. What do you call it? They have a discount, a concession on their rates. That used to be paid for by the state government. They pay 45% of it now, and the councils bear the other 55%. And we don't grudge our elderly people some discount and concessions there, but we are paying more and more of that sort of money, and these are the things that seem to be happening all over the time.
Okay, Ms Jordan-Baird.
Thank you all for your contribution today. My name's Alice Jordan-Baird. I'm the federal member for Gorton from Melbourne's western suburbs. You sort of mentioned one of your recommendations is around the timing and amount of funding for service delivery, and you sort of highlighted a number of impacts to your council service deliveries around aged care, etc. as well. Could you inform the committee how changes to rate pegging or the increase to the FAGs may assist in that way?
Yeah, happy to. Look, essentially, I think it's really around certainty and being able to plan, whether it's renewals or service delivery, operational spending, just provides more certainty. I think, like the previous submitter, ability to plan ahead and not be sort of, I guess, at the mercy of some of those ebbs and flows of funding.
Something I failed to mention earlier is that when we were talking about the financial assistance grants and the fact that we've had a reduction in those, we've had an increase in targeted funding, contestable grants. There's a bureaucracy behind those grants. When you develop those programs, you need people to administer them, you need people to review the applications, you need people to follow up to make sure the funds are being spent properly and that the results are being made. If, as I mentioned earlier, the financial assistance grants were increased and we relied less on these targeted grants, there's savings in that alone, administration savings, because you've got people administering all the different grant funds that you have. So I just wanted to make that point as well. I think one point that you made was in aged care, if there was a change to the way that the funding was provided. Currently it's a block funding. We know from year to year how much funding we're going to get. We're able to keep permanent staff to deliver those services. If we went away to the sort of system that was muted, and it was muted before the Labor government came to power, whereby we operate in a more commercial way where we deliver the services, invoice the client, and then get that money back from them or back from the system. Councils are not geared to compete with private organisations in that way. If we get debts that are not payable and we have to write them off. We're actually dealing with ratepayer funds, very precious ratepayer funds. So I think that's what we're trying to get across. If we change it from a block funding, then our council would probably make a decision to opt out of providing the service. And the people that will get hurt are our small communities, because the bigger organisations just won't go into those communities. No money in it.
Thank you, Chair.
Ask a final question. So if you had any advice for the federal government, what would be the top 2 or 3 recommendations for the federal government to improve local government's fiscal sustainability?
Well, we listened to the previous question with interest, so we did know, we sort of suspected this one might be coming.
John Harvey, if I can go with number 1. We'd certainly like to have dialogue with the federal government, really serious dialogue and serious consideration by the federal government to increasing the financial assistance grants where we can, but to work with the federal government to identify the benefits that would also flow from less reliance on those targeted grant funding, contestable grant funds. I think that there would be a win-win in this down the track. I think the total cost of that at the moment would be about $3.5 billion to your budget each year, but there would be savings over time. There is a catastrophe about to happen in local government, and that is that because of the rate pegging, which is not the feds, and because of the reduction over time on the financial assistance grants, there is a really big backlog of critical infrastructure renewal that has to happen. And in our case, we have in our locked funds, we have about $50 million available for water infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure and so on. But over the next 10 years, we're going to have to spend $120 million. We have 7 water treatment plants for a small council, 7 sewage treatment plants. For us to be able to maintain them is quite difficult. The other thing is we're even talking interstate with interstate councils to join together if they build a water treatment plant, a larger one, and a larger sewage treatment plant. Well, perhaps we can buy our water from them and send our sewage through to their plant. So work together across borders. So it's not like we're sitting back and just saying we need the money, we need the money. We are looking at how we can become even more efficient than we are at the moment. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. Just thinking, we've still got a few more minutes. Are there any other questions anyone wanted to ask? No? Okay, all right. Well, we might there. So thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May 2026? You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the public hearing.
Thank you very much again for the opportunity.
we go. Resume the public hearing. Sorry, I was having trouble with it. I now call on representatives from the Federation Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name is Cheryl Cook, Mayor of Federation Council.
Rowena Black, Deputy Mayor, Federation Council.
Adrian Butler, General Manager, Federation Council.
Jo Shannon, Deputy General Manager, Federation Council.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference.
I'm Alice Jordan-Baird, Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Jo Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong in Metro Melbourne.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Helen Haynes, Federal Member for Indi, which is very close to you, of course, North East Victoria.
And on teleconference.
Thank you. Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales. Thank you.
And I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Cheryl Cook, Mayor. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and committee members, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I represent Federation Council, a region that is the powerhouse of the New South Wales grain industry, but one that is also currently buckling under the weight of a funding model that no longer reflects the reality of modern local government. Our message is simple: local government is the level of government closest to the people. Whether it is a local tragedy or a national natural disaster, we are the first ones our community turns to, and often the last ones left on the ground when the sirens end. Yet we are doing so with a shrinking slice of the national pie. In our submission, we call for the federal government to return financial assistance grants to at least 1% of total taxation revenue. And we are realistic. We suggest a staged return over 4 years, but this is a matter of survival, not just sustainability. Currently, we are trapped in a cycle of one-off competitive grants. This is effectively a Hunger Games for infrastructure. It forces my staff to spend resources and hundreds of hours chasing lottery funding for core needs like water, sewer and bridges. When we lose a grant, like our recent $12 million bid for essential water expansion at Mawala, it doesn't just stop a project, it stops regional housing and economic growth. We know that the state government also needs to play a far greater role in funding local government, as many of our burdens are brought on by cost shifting, rate pegging and reducing government grants. However, the federal government also, we believe, has a critical role to play. Federation Council area produces around 16% of the state's grain delivery under the Grain Harvest Management Scheme. Our roads, some built in the 60s and 70s, many before and few since, were never designed for the modern freight task that feeds this nation. We are essentially subsidising the national economy with a local rate base that cannot keep up. We have made our ratepayers stump up around an overall 70% rate increase in the last 4 years. Substantial indeed, with the last increase to be applied this coming year. So we are doing our fair share. We are now asking for genuine partnership. We want to bypass the middleman, inefficiencies of state governments where possible, and move toward direct, predictable, formula-based funding. Give us the tools, return our fair share of the tax take, and we will continue to deliver the frontline resilience this country relies on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I might just start with the first question. So this inquiry, it's one of the first sort of, in-depth reviews of local government over the last 20 years, and much has changed on that funding landscape during that time. Can you describe some of those changes and how the role of local government has changed in that time?
I could defer to our General Manager to answer those questions, being a little bit over it since new councillors for the first term. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Committee, and we also appreciate the chance to present our case and take your point. Adrian Butler, General Manager. Your point that we are appreciative of the federal government's review, because as you've said, I don't know of any previous review, certainly in my 20-odd years in the local government sector, by the federal government. We have many state reviews, etc. So I guess in my time over that landscape across New South Wales councils, specifically around 7 or 8 councils I've worked across, the changing landscape has been, and you're going to hear words like cost shifting, rate pegging, etc. But in terms of what we refer back to as services, I guess, is service provision, and councils continuing to expand, mostly working in regional rural councils, expand into areas like medical centres and GP provision support, community services. Even our Mayor in our opening address about the disaster resilience piece. I think we know that when the natural disasters occur, it's always the mayors, etc., with strong federal and state politician support, but they're normally the front centre that the communities expect to rely on. So I guess you put that across the climate change lens as well. I think there's an emerging trend over, especially the last 5 to 8 years, around that. Sustainability is obviously a big area as well. We, as a reasonably smaller council in terms of staff numbers and population, we've got about 13,000 residents, but we don't even have an EV in our fleet yet, an electric vehicle in our fleet, because of the distance challenges. But with the community, expect those sorts of things. So there's areas where we can't really get to in terms of that. So I guess the expanding role for me is on those sort of areas. But I guess I couldn't not point out the expanding role that we've all been forced to take in terms of our own core services, our roads and our other equipment and things that we need to deliver strategically, be it strategic planning, housing, infrastructure, those sort of things, and our harder water sewer areas is where we feel councils have been, I think, forced to be a bit behind the 8 ball over a lot of years with strategic planning and having those projects and services sort of shovel ready almost for the funding when and if it does come. I think that's where the communities are expecting council to do a lot more back on your core work. But again, that's that funding tension.
So you'd say that there's obviously the complexity of services desired by the community over time.
Yeah, and in terms of our council's really current situation, we've obviously a council that's almost 10 years old. So we're a merged council in 2016, but the community, I think, early days saw quite a significant expansion of those softer services and Seniors Week and all the things that were grant funded, and a lot of hard infrastructure was built with the state government's generous grants, which weren't always available in the 2004 mergers. So that was the case, but really we've gone through a 70-odd% rate increase over the 4 years. We're heading into our last one now, and I think that the community are really struggling, with that impact, but they can see the need for it with essentially our roads and facilities assets, but that's a challenge the councillors face as well in the community about that hardness, and I guess that takes us back to our appreciative of this review at a federal level and not just at a state level. Yeah.
So is that a special rate variation that you've had to pursue for specific things, for projects?
Mostly it was, Cheryl Cook, most of the rate, the SRV, was really put towards roads and infrastructure, badly damaged over the years. More truck use with carting of grains, just the money wasn't there to repair. We're in a state of catch up and fix up rather than new, which is very distressing.
And if I might throw to our Deputy GM, Joe's been with us for quite a number of years as well and has been right through that journey around the, councils also had to look at their average rate compared to other councils, and the state were very good at telling us this as well, about everyone's got to pay their share, and I guess federal government would be very much similar. If you're looking to increase grants and things like that, well, what are the local ratepayers contributing versus what the state dips in and what the federal? So did you want to share anything, Joe?
No, happy to do that. But I think there's probably a couple of challenges Jo Shannon, Deputy General Manager, Federation Council speaking. There's a couple of challenges in there. There is there is increased community expectations on all our services, and we see that there's greater communication and connectivity between people across the country, so they can also see what's happening in other council areas and in urban areas. And as well as that, people are moving out of those urban areas into our regional areas, and they're used to certain services being available. And that actually has a compounding effect on a council like ours, where we have people coming to our towns and communities who have higher expectations than we have historically had in the past. So that's part of the challenge, and as well as when we're trying to deliver services across a large regional area. So our council area is 6,000 square kilometres. We have about 14,000 residents spread across there. So to deliver services to people where they are, with increased expectations, it creates a financial sustainability challenge on top of the things, say, with our roads. There are other challenges, I think, with our roads, is that the cost of renewing them is just escalating so much greater than CPI. Even before the war on Iran, that impact, it was already escalating greater than CPI. And for us, that's our greatest cost, is our roads. So our roads they're not lasting as long. They've got increased grain travelling on them. There's increased heavy vehicles. That wears out the roads more quickly. So then we're having to renew them more quickly, and we're not in a position where financially we can keep up with that. There's not the funding coming to us to maintain the roads at a level and renew them at a level that can support the industry in the council area.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I might go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing today. My series of questions goes to financial assistance grants, and there's two parts of the puzzle here. There's increasing the pie and the way that the pie is distributed, and I want to look at the second part of that, and particularly to the question of horizontal fiscal equalisation that's central to that distribution formula. So my first question is, in your view, does the formula adequately account for asset renewal and replacement costs?
We'll refer that, if it's Adrian Butler, GM, I'll refer that to our Deputy GM on the asset query.
Yes, I would say no, that it doesn't. We look at it from the financial assistance grants. So there is the minimum grant allocation, which is basically 30% of the pie needs to be distributed based on population. So you end up with wealthy local government areas that are actually receiving what we would see as being significant money. It's not significant to them. When you look at what they're collecting in parking fees, parking fines, leisure centre fees, those sorts of things, it's not significant in their financial position or their financial model. It is significant for us. So the distribution is the tying the distribution of that 30% to the population does not deal with the need aspect. And, as I said, we have 6,000 square kilometres of area that we are looking after. We're maintaining over 2,000 kilometres of roads. That's the bulk of our expenditure. And so the current model doesn't look at the need, it does look at it, but in my view, it's not adequately looking at it enough of a council's needs, its ability to generate revenue, and the asset base that it is attempting to maintain. So, short answer is no.
No. My next question was going to go to, does it adequately account for your capacity to raise revenue, because that is one of the differences that sort of build into the formula, your ability to particularly raise rates revenue. And do you want to add anything further there about, you've I assume got limited ability to raise more own source revenue, and that the formula isn't properly taking that into account.
Yes, Jo Shannon speaking. Yes, I would agree. To me, it is not taking that adequately into account. As we've already said, Federation Council had a 70% rate increase. That was nowhere near what we needed. Our modelling was we actually needed more like 145%. However, that would not be palatable to our community, to our elected body, to IPART or anybody. So we had to put together a proposal that could be acceptable and could be palatable, which is what we did. However, it doesn't address, it still doesn't address the needs that we have.
Okay. And look, Chair, just final question. I was just wondering if the council sort of quantified the infrastructure renewal gap. Evidence we've received is that even with an increase in financial assistance grants to 1% of tax revenue, there would still be a large number of projects and some costly things like bridges that could still not be accommodated within council budgets. Is that your view, and do you have a figure? Thank you.
Jo Shannon speaking again on that one. So we have an interim figure for our roads backlog of $25 million of backlog. And we can see that backlog is actually increasing each year because we cannot address our current renewal needs. So we don't yet have the modelling on the bridges, but, I would anticipate it's going to be similar. And there's also our buildings. So I'm talking community halls, those types of buildings. We still have to do that piece of work. So it's very challenging to catch up on a backlog of $25 million that is being added to each year because of roads falling into that category, as well as all those costs escalating each year.
But I guess, and thanks, Joe, I might just add Adrian Butler, the GM, again. For us, I think in broad terms, an increase even staged over the years would be resulting in about 7 or 8 million extra for our financial assistance grant. So whilst we still have, a long way to go, I think any level of government with asset management is always working towards something you're never going to really achieve. But I think it would make a significant difference in reprioritising. A lot of councils, I can only speak for the New South sector, but we've got a lot stronger in our data, our financial analysis, IPART and the Auditor General. So there's been a lot of improvement in New South sector around our financial numbers and the veracity of those. So I think the federal government needs to look across all the states and territories, of course, but I think there's some strength in the council's much more consistency in reporting what that backlog is. And of course, it's not about renewing everything you have. We might be doing less roads and doing those better and prioritising the lesser roads to close. So there's always that work, I think, internally to be done. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dr Haynes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for coming along today. I'm going to take you to a different topic area. I noted in your submission you made reference to healthcare and in particular to the redevelopment of Albury-Wodonga Health. And while this redevelopment doesn't directly impact the financial sustainability of Federation Council, having a fit-for-purpose hospital that meets the needs of a growing region now and into the future does impact your ability, I imagine, to attract and retain a skilled workforce and your ability to grow your ratepayer base. Can you speak to that? You made reference to that in your submission. Wondering if you can expand on that, please.
Chair Cook here. Look, as Mayor, I will pass over to our GM, who's been very heavily involved in our health structure for the last 16 years or so, because he actually lived in Urana and was the GM of Urana before we merged in 2016. But certainly the impact for us to attract GPs, not necessarily Albury, but to rural regional, is really difficult, and we're actually having to subsidise that with cheaper rentals to try and attract them to come and stay. When they do, they realise it's a wonderful place to live, what a wonderful joy, but to keep them here long term, and certainly nurses, we have to provide housing, which then links in to that issue as well. But I'll pass over to our GM, if I might, to Adrian Butler, just to expand on that.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again, Committee. Adrian Butler, General Manager. Certainly, our council has been a very strong council, working with other councils, including Albury and Wodonga, around the single-site hospital priority for this region. So I think that undoubtedly goes. It stretches out across quite a few catchment areas of local government. So that's certainly a strong position that the council holds. Is the bigger and better the regional city is, the better the surrounding, and vice versa. So that's definitely was included in our updated submission prior to our 2024 one. And I guess it also talked to other areas where I think the federal government could greatly assist regions and in leadership roles around whether it's the Wodonga Bridge and the defence work that's going on down there at the factory. So I think, but certainly I think there's nothing better than a prime example of the Albury Wodonga Hospital, where the federal government are in a unique role to assist local government communities by having that leadership approach where the states, to be honest, can't seem to get along.
Can I just follow up on that? The fifth principle in your submission relates to health infrastructure grants. And I think the health grants you were referring to were the Community Health and Hospitals Grant Program that was previously available and funded hospital infrastructure, knowing that you have like Corowa Hospital in your patch. It also funded preventative and primary care. You were talking about attracting GPs and underwriting rental, etc. That program was reviewed by the ANAO, who gave it a scathing report and recommended changes to improve ethical requirements of the grants. It undermined deliberate breaches of Commonwealth grant rules. So if we were to have a new and different grant program that addressed those screaming needs, and it was open, competitive, needs-based for building regional and rural hospital infrastructure, what would it mean for a rural council like yours and the health services that you provide directly in your small towns?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that one again. Adrian Butler again, General Manager. I guess I was also referring to, or the council was referring to, the medical centre grants that were around back in the day. So I was at Lachlan Shire at Condobolin when we were able to get $500,000 back in around 2009-10 through there, and Warrenshire above us were able to get one before that. So that was significant from the federal government investment into bricks and mortar of medical centres where they didn't have to be attached to a hospital per se. I know there's good models that happens as well, but it can be more complicated. But certainly I was leaning towards those. The example at Urana we've got, where we've got a fantastic GP, and it was also expanded into Oaklands and probably servicing over 1,000 patients from not just within our shire, obviously from everywhere. Second doctor and looking at those sort of things shows that we need even a couple of $100,000 for a Urana Medical Centre, which council owned, just separate to the hospital but integral to the hospital's continuing opening, to be honest. Those sort of grants I was also referring to. Yeah, and I wasn't really aware of the issues around the grant program you mentioned with into the state hospital systems, but I'll probably go back to the federal government. It's fairly easy for any flavour of federal government at the time to step back off state-funded hospital projects when they're not even advanced to a costing and design of the full scenario of what's needed.
I think the point you make is such an important one, though, when you think about the Commonwealth's responsibilities in primary care, to have some kind of fund, but administered properly, whereby you've got a place to go to get some access to infrastructure funding. That was the flavour of what I got from your submission. Yeah,
and certainly the PHNs, I think they're really undervalued, under-known. Like, we've got fantastic relations with Ali Jansen from the Primary Health Network, and the work they've done right back in the Urana example of GP attraction and changes when GPs are leaving, and even through our How Long example, they've just always there in the background. But I think that an agency like that would benefit so much more by having that additional funding, CapEx and operationally. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Great. Ms Brisky.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you very much. I just wanted to jump back. You make a point around your maintaining and looking after your road infrastructure, but hadn't heard or mentioned the Roads to Recovery program. In terms of what has been your interaction with that, it's untied funding, directing straight to councils for roads. How has that worked for your council? Where has it still, taken from your evidence today, there still seems to be a gap there. So I'm just keen to get a sense from you around that.
Thank you, Chair. Could I please defer that to our Chief Financial Officer or to the GM?
Sure.
Be right in their wheelhouse.
No worries at all. Thank you.
I might make a quick comment if that's right and refer to Joe. So certainly in my experience right across a number of years, the R2R funding is critical to us and it's really valued, gives us a lot of flexibility to match against state or our own funding. We've recently, unfortunately, missed out on some federal government funding for a bridge replacement out at Miranda, just off the New Highway, which is a major road in to service some really large grain properties, but we missed the federal component of that grant. But we'd be seeking R2R to make sure we can at least get that upwards of $1 million project delivered over the next year or two for those farmers. So we value the increase. There's recent indexation of that grant, so at least the quantum's gone up. But of course, it's it stayed stagnant for so many years prior. So probably refer to our Deputy GM around some of those impacts when your grants stay so stagnant.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. That lack of indexation in the past has been problematic for us. So we do have a sense of trying to we're on the catch up. Yes, the increase a couple of years ago on Roads to Recovery program has been greatly valued. It is also helpful when we have a program that goes for, I think it's 5 years, I think, from memory. So we know where we're at. We can plan rather than some of the other different programs where they're shorter term and you don't know whether you're going to get it or not. So the Roads to Recovery program is invaluable to provide us with some certainty about what we can expect with the future year funding. As I said before, we're still not. There's still a gap for our road renewal. So our most recent modelling as part of our SRV application was the additional money from the SRV would enable us to do our asset renewal at about. It's about 70% of what is recommended by the engineers. So we've still got this 30% gap that is getting added to our backlog each year. So yes, it's very welcome. It's critical for us. If there was more, if there were increases available, that would be also greatly appreciated.
And can I just clarify in terms of the indexation? Are you referring to the freeze of the FEA,
yes.
FEA grants? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's right. And so that is what you're spelling out there is a combination of, or a consequence of, I should say, of that has dragged on to now in terms of backlog.
Yes, correct. And it's the increases don't cover. It's the increases to the grant funding programs. Don't necessarily cover the increased cost of repairing the roads.
Sure. Okay. Right.
So there's just a mismatch there.
And I might just quickly add, if I could, on that same issue about roadworks. And I'm not an engineer; I'm a planner before that, and before my GM's role. But around enough engineers to know that it's reasonably accurate. Is the state government, when they do roads, and there's reasons why the Newell and a lot of the National Highway and state roads are in a lot better condition than ours. They take heavier traffic, but also we know that when they have a budget to renew and rebuild a road, it's round figures, but it's about $1 million per K. We are always in local government trying to live back to around 300,000 or 400,000 pre the escalation of the prices from the war, but we're always trying to do more with less. And they're, the Oz Road, they're civil design, they're safe quality roads, but they're never going to have the longevity. And so an R2R perspective, I would have thought it's onus on the government as well. And of course they can say, councils only do 1K instead of 3, but we're always stretching that envelope, trying to take the road further to the farm gate. So it's just a really important, I think, inequity that needs to be pointed out around what the councils try and deliver per K with that funding as to what a state government would come in. And we see when the roads from up around Moree from the recent flooding back 4 or 5 years ago, they did get their roads so deep and fill them with the best product, and local government couldn't dream of doing that.
Sure.
It's just a really...
Is that state government doing that?
Yeah, they just have much greater funding, I suppose, so they can have a lot greater longevity on their road systems.
Sure. Thanks,
Great. Ms. Jordan-Baird.
Thank you so much for appearing before our committee today. It's great to have you here. You talk a bit about enabling critical infrastructure throughout your submission, and we're hearing a lot throughout the course of the inquiry around the tension between housing targets and housing goals, and obviously all of the infrastructure that supports that, things like footpaths and roads and sewage and water treatment. I think the example that you gave around that proposal for the water and sewage treatment facility is a great example of that. Could you talk to what would be your recommendation around how we solve issues like this? Would you have any ideas on how the Commonwealth could look at those sort of projects in a different way?
Take that first up, Adrian Butler, the GM. I think the more direct federal to local government funding we get, obviously, is, I think, extremely efficient way of delivering funding through to the local government area. We feel that where there's federal targets, like whether it's housing, whether it's our defence footprint across our council, but I know it affects all councils, they've all got their strengths. We feel where there's a real direct linkage with the federal government into regions. I think the way it's always got to come back to planning, so the councils have really got to still ensure they can get on their bike and do their strategic planning of that water, sewer infrastructure, and that does cost an extreme amount of money even to design new plants and trunk infrastructure. So there's always I think we're at the moment we're in a really dearth of state funding around what used to be town and country water and sewage scheme funding programs, which would fund design, and we've got a Cora sewage system designed out there that's costing 30 to 40 million or more, but we can't see any sort of approach as to how that would be. So I think an example where the federal government could step in would, I guess the state have got a lot of priority ranking matrices around risk, around water and sewer plants, and around which ones are going to be more so an environmental risk. But I think the other side of it is that housing, the critical supply for housing in the regions where a lot of the work needs to be done. I think that's the real critical part to it. But I guess some of my submission, and we talked about having more guaranteed, even if it was less funding, but more guaranteed, so that councils don't have to put in as much time, such as our recent grant application for Miranda, and you missed that, and we just missed another big state one for a How Long water upgrade. And you sort of think, well, the time gone into that, if it was only more of a guaranteed lesser quantum, we could work towards it without having to be as competitive in the sector. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Development just costs so much, as you'll be aware, in the regions. So for developers to come in and have to shore up and do so much more of that work, which city LGAs would be rolling out ahead of or keep pace with the growth, we just feel that's another area where we're up against it, because by the time they put all that in, and the lots just can't, they're not affordable then for the people who need to be living in them. So.
You mentioned a moment ago then defence within your council. I mean, that would provide a lot of investment back into the council area, is that right? But then there would also be costs to council.
Yeah, did you want to take the defence?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. Joe Shannon. So we do have a number of defence facilities across the council area, but our most significant is in Mulwala. So with the munitions factory there. So and that there's a lot of growth planned for that over coming years. What we're seeing is that there's development happening on the Victorian side of the border. We're not able to fund the infrastructure renewal, not the infrastructure renewal, the infrastructure expansion required for water and sewer on the Mulwala side. So we get the industry, which doesn't bring us there's no financial benefit to us in that. So the economic development is actually occurring on the Victorian side of the border, but we're the ones who get the actual increased costs of supporting that facility, because there's certain obligations put on us with respect to our water supply that is greater than there would be for an area that didn't have such a facility.
The other thing, if I may quickly add, Adrian Butler again, was I heard on the radio about one of those earlier hearings, but I just thought it was quite relevant that the state and federal government's not paying rates on those sorts of properties. And it was in my time at Federation that they, whatever exemption came around, that they pulled out all the rates from that facility down there, which again is another, I think, really pertinent thing across the whole nation as to where federal and state governments don't have to contribute, whether it's forestry, whether it's the federal defence. We've got another fairly major Navy receiving system up towards Narrandera in our council area that took about 20,000 acres of farmland out of the mix, and then I think the council way back in the day got a sugar hit of some money, as we did at Mulwala. Might have got a couple of $100,000 for some traffic projects, but it's not the same as year-on-year rating. So I think that's a real issue.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Just might have a follow-up, Chair, if that's all right. I think that's a really important point that you've raised, that no capacity to raise rates on a Commonwealth endeavour. So when you're talking about what happens on the other side of the river, the enabling infrastructure that's over that side means that people build their houses there, so workers live on that side of the border, so they're paying rates over into that shire but not into yours.
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
That's where the development, that's where the residential development is occurring.
Yeah. So you've talked about water connections and sewer, and unfortunately you weren't successful in applying for grants. You were applying for both state and federal grants to assist you with that infrastructure?
Yes, we are.
Right. Where else have you got to go in order to fund that kind of infrastructure? Is there anywhere else you can go to for assistance? And that's it?
Yeah, that's essentially, yes, that's it. Or a developer pays, and that's cost prohibitive compared to other places that they can spend their development money, or it's the community members in our council.
But you're constrained by rate pegging in order to raise any extra capital that way too?
Not quite. Sorry, Joe Shannon, not quite. That is with respect to non-water and non-sewer activities. We are constrained by rate capping.
Yes.
With water and sewer activities, we're required to operate those in a business sense.
Yes.
So we don't have the limitations on the fees that we can charge for water and sewer. Probably the challenge there is generating enough revenue from the customers that we have, and an example is our sewage services. So we're supporting or supplying sewer services to a catchment of say 14,000 people. We operate 5 sewage treatment plants because they're in 5 different communities. That it's a major capital cost. And that costs a lot of money to run 5 sewer treatment plants. As a comparison, I think, Albury City, I think, has 2 that it operates with its large population. So we are operating and we're having to renew a lot of major infrastructure plants with a very small population. So you end up with fees that are actually significantly higher than anywhere else in surrounding areas.
So if there was to be change and reform under things like federal assistance grants and a move away from competitive grants into recurrent grants where you had some greater autonomy over where you spent money, is this the kind of thing that you would be spending money on rather than applying for a competitive grant?
Adrian Butler again. I would have thought so. I think it goes back to the strategic planning councils do, and then what are the needs, and working on that. I know our council and many others, as I said, been told to go back to core business, so it has to be around that housing and enabling infrastructure, and to have that ability to be able to deliver like that, because we've got so much opportunity out there, and we need to actually do that for the regions, and it's like we just need to have the wherewithal to be able to deliver that.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, all right, we might stop there. So thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I'll now suspend the hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Murrindindi Shire Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Damien Gallagher, Mayor of Murrindindi Shire.
Livia Bonazzi, CEO Murrindindi Shire Council.
And Michael Chesworth, Director, People and Corporate Performance with Murrindindi Shire Council.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference.
Jo Brisky, Federal Member for Maribyrnong, which is in Metro Melbourne.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Helen Haynes, Member for Indi, and welcome to Murrindindi Shire. Thank you very much for coming today.
And joining us on teleconference today. Okay, we might have the deputy.
Alison Penfold, I'm here, Chair. I apologise. Member for Lyne.
That's right, thank you. And we'll also have Miss Alice Jordan-Baird join us as well shortly. Okay, so I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair, and Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport Standing Committee members. It's my privilege to represent the just over 15,000 kind, inclusive, hard-working people of Murrindindi Shire and to share the lived reality of a small 4,000 square kilometre rural Shire community, the centre of which is about 80 kilometres northeast of Flinders Street in Melbourne. Our community doesn't demand $100 million arts precincts, and Council does not seek Commonwealth funding for profit-generating aquatic facilities. No, our needs are much more fundamental: keeping roads open, services operating, and communities safe and connected. In October 2025, my council adopted a comprehensive 10-year financial plan and financial sustainability roadmap. This was not an easy decision. The plan makes clear that Council has already undertaken significant efficiency measures and that sustainability requires difficult trade-offs from a small ratepayer base. Our community has also done its part. Residents have endured high rates, service cuts, and an asset renewal regime that does not keep pace with depreciation or degradation, all while seeing very little new infrastructure development. Local options have been exhausted. That just leaves the government to act. Please commit to 1% of federal government revenue to untied local government funding. Deliver more targeted, needs-based distribution of federal assistance grant funding and authentically review the allocation of minimum grants. Increase untied funding for rural councils because competitive grant rounds and the need to co-contribute cash further diminishes our capacity to attract funding. No, let's be clear, it systematically, actively excludes us. Our council budget reflects this reality. This evening, councillors will consider endorsing the community consultation, a draft budget that is deeply confronting. It slashes an already meagre library book capital budget by 25% and reduces our cornerstone capital works initiative, which is drainage renewal, by 40% to just over $450,000 across our sparse geography. These are not efficiency wins. They are heartbreaking compromises forced by fiscal constraint. The service void is filled by councillor, staff and community members gifting their discretionary effort to keep things going. Chair, inequity becomes starkly visible in times of disaster. The 2026 Longwood bushfire, which burned more private land than any other in Victoria's history, took an extraordinary toll on Murrindindi. By any measure, homes lost, outbuildings destroyed or fencing devastated, the Shire sustained about 48% of the state's impact of the summer fires. Yet in recent recovery funding announcements, Murrindindi was awarded 8% of state's recovery funding. It's a similar story for the failure of community and farmer support funding. This failure of proportionality has real human consequences. In February, the Victorian Government announced $6.9 million in mental health support for bushfire-impacted communities. Try to contemplate my frustration after conveying the story of Murrindindi Shire that the 4,000 square kilometre and most impacted municipality has received $0 of that funding. Zero. The consequence is that local hospitals and community philanthropic funded individuals like Warren Davies, the unbreakable farmer, are left to fill the gap left by a failure of policy. Murrindindi is on the front line of the disaster and too often at the back of the queue for funding. I could share accounts of the long-standing power and telecommunications infrastructure that Murrindindi communities face on a good day, but that caused havoc at the height of the disaster. Equally, Council could speak for hours about the unfunded and unrewarded effort required to justify disaster recovery funding claims for the restoration of critical council assets. About critical council assets whose twisted remnants remain to this day after a 2022 flood emergency, and how like-for-like asset replacement without betterment is costing Australia in the long term. Murrindindi Shire Council is concurrently managing 8 discrete DRFA event claims. For us, council services are roads, rates, rubbish, resilience, response, relief and recovery. I'm the proud mayor of a selfless community, and I celebrate their courage and tenacity. Across rural communities like Murrindindi, it's heroic individuals who, unfunded, lead community recovery efforts, who transport patients to medical facilities outside our shire, who share their time and expertise for the benefit of their neighbours. That's what we do. That's the Murrindindi way. For these communities, these proud Australians, I ask that you give deep consideration to the challenge of local government fiscal sustainability. To your parliamentary colleagues across chambers and party lines, I implore action. Adopt and implement the recommendations of this inquiry to surmount failures of policy, systems and funding. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Well, there's so much there in your opening statement, and I'm sure we'll all touch on different aspects. I wondered if you can talk about, I think you had 5 recommendations.
The CEO.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah. Whoever would like to answer.
A short statement.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah. Sure.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead. Yeah. Lovely.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. I'm speaking today on behalf of Murrindindi, a small rural council northeast of Melbourne, and what I'm describing is not an anomaly. It is the inevitable outcome of a system working as currently designed. Our previous submission set out the symptoms: chronic underfunding, unequal treatment, and councils being locked out of funding they are meant to rely on. When grant funding is discretionary and competitive rather than needs-based, political influence inevitably fills the gap. This submission now goes to the cause. The funding model no longer matches the reality it is meant to fund. For small rural councils, recurrent obligations are no longer matched by recurrent revenue. We rely almost entirely on rates and grants, both of which sit outside of our control. So the central question for this committee is this: why are the smallest and most exposed councils expected to survive on a funding system that does not reflect their cost base, risk profile, or their role? The Commonwealth absolutely has levers here, and right now those levers are pulling in the wrong direction. Most Commonwealth support for councils comes in 2 forms: the financial assistance grants and competitive and match grants programs. Murrindindi falls through the cracks of both. Financial assistance grants, the only true untied recurrent funding, are declining in real terms every year. The minimum grant principle diverts a fixed portion of the funding based on population, not need, rewarding scale and revenue capacity, while financially constrained councils are shortchanged. This is the opposite of equalisation. The problem is not simply the size of the funding pool, it is the rules governing its distribution. The Commonwealth financial assistance grant settings do not adequately reflect fiscal capacity, disaster exposure, or unavoidable service costs faced by small rural councils. Now consider the second lever, competitive grants. In theory, they are designed to support growth and resilience. In practice, they assume that we have spare cash for co-contributions, teams dedicated to complex grant applications, and capacity to absorb ongoing operating and renewal costs once new flashy assets are built. Small rural councils do not have these at scale, so we are permanently left behind. So what looks like more funding on paper becomes systemic exclusion in practice. Here's the uncomfortable truth: capacity cannot be competed for. It must be funded first. When grant outcomes reflect advocacy capacity rather than assessed need, the system stops being equitable and becomes economically irrational. We just heard about the most recent proof of system failure, Murrindindi Council being the most heavily impacted municipality in Victoria from the bushfires this year, with almost half the structural damage, and yet council only received 8% of recovery support funding. When the funding model cannot respond proportionally to disaster impact, if it cannot direct resources to where the damage actually is, then it is not just inefficient, it is not fit for purpose. The gap collapses straight into council operations. Staff are diverted from core services, services are cut, and assets deteriorate while attention is elsewhere. Councils become the cost absorbers of last resort. So the squeeze doesn't stop with grants. Commonwealth policies are increasingly shifting non-discretionary costs onto councils without the commensurate funding, what we call cost shifting. This inquiry has been asked to address national settings that currently guarantee uneven failure. There is no single point of accountability. The Commonwealth funds, the state constrains revenue, and when the model fails, each points to the other and responsibility is deflected. Meanwhile, councils carry the risks and the consequences. So this is not simply a funding shortfall, it is a system without accountability for outcomes. Our submission provides clear evidence of a model that is economically incoherent. We ask the Commonwealth to urgently fix the size of the recurrent funding pool back to 1% of tax revenue, fix the equalisation, fix the grant system so funding follows need, not spare cash or political influence, and critically recognise that disaster exposure for councils like ours is not exceptional, it is a permanent operating condition and must be reflected in ongoing funding, not one-off responses. In closing, Chair, members, this inquiry must grapple with a fundamental question. Is the current system capable of delivering a fair and equitable outcome at all? If it cannot distinguish between capacity and need, it will continue to entrench inequality and institutionalise failure regardless of how much funding is added. The detailed analysis and our recommendations are set out in both of our submissions, and we welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you may have just touched on some of them then, but can you talk about your 5 recommendations and what you would identify is the most important one to support a future that is financially viable?
I can certainly talk to the idea of delivering more targeted needs-based funding. I think that has to be the fundamental, and as we've heard there, that a wholesale review of financial assistance grants, and in particular the minimum grant, would be probably the top of my list, and then increasing generally untied funding for local small councils, because I suppose our circumstances are that being a small council that doesn't have a huge cash base, we feel excluded from those competitive rounds because of a lack of a capacity to provide co-funding. So it's systemically inhibiting our ability to seek that funding.
That's right. And I think if it is potentially maybe bigger for this inquiry to design a model, and I think it would be appropriate to go back to first principles and reconsider from scratch a mechanism and a funding model that is suitable for local government, considering all levers and all aspects, and also the individual council's capacity to fund services. So we do not have alternate revenues sources, so we rely purely on grants and rates. And in Victoria, like in New South Wales, we're constrained on the rates, so we can't increase rates. And grants, as we have proven, we miss out on both the federal assistance grants, portion. We argue that we don't get a fair share on that. And we also miss out on the competitive discretionary funding because we haven't got the capacity to apply or the co-contribution. So those things are to the core. That's potentially the most critical aspect. We also have to duplicate our infrastructure because throughout the 4,000 square kilometres, we have several townships, 5 townships, 42 localities. So unlike other small rules where they might have one single centre, we need to have multiple libraries, multiple resource recovery centres, multiple maternal and child health. Otherwise, people have to travel 100 kilometres, and it's just not fair. So that needs to be reflected in the dispersion model and in the density. We also have 12 times the number of kilometres per person, per inhabitant, the average in Victoria. So 1,200 kilometres of roads, 15,000 inhabitants. So the ratio there does not allow us to cover the costs. We can't pass on the cost, and so when I talked about the cost shifting, for example, the federal government, the Fair Work order that it just was issued on the 21st of April, passes on cost to council for covering the fuel increases. We don't have a way of passing that on to customers. So we have to cut services, essential services, which are already down to the bone, to absorb that.
I'm just wondering if you can clarify. So I know that you were saying that the Shire received only 8% of funding but experienced 48% of losses from the 2026 summer fires. So where did the other funding go?
The funding was distributed amongst other local governments who were affected across the state.
Yeah.
And I'm sure for them it was absolutely fit for purpose. But I look at shires like Strathbogie and Murrindindi deeply impacted.
Yeah.
That just didn't get a proportionate support. And so it wasn't based on particular impact. It was based on stepped levels. And so, like councils were grouped in a certain step of funding, not based on their direct impact.
Yeah, but you would have got, like, if you had infrastructure that was damaged, you would have been able to put a claim in for that infrastructure to rebuild.
So we've got 2 buckets, if you like. One is the coordination of the recovery that the municipal, under the Act, councils are obliged to undertake. And so there's a portion which is the council support fund, and then there is another pool that is for recovery hubs and the community recovery officers. So we received 2 amounts. One is 750,000 for the council support fund, and one is 1.3 million for the recovery hubs. 15 councils received the second and 18 councils received the first lot. And it seems that most councils got $750,000 for the support fund, regardless of how many kilometres of roads that were impacted, how many houses were lost, what footprint. So a third of our footprint in the Shire was burnt. We got one size fits all. So the system is designed, and this is federal money as well, is designed, potentially caters for run-of-the-mill disasters, little storms here and there, and that's fine. It doesn't scale up, and it's not flexible for catastrophic disasters like we have experienced. And so the argument, the state government tells us you already got the maximum that is entitled under that. But the maximum is clearly not enough. And so it's okay for the other councils, but proportionally we should have got $12 million, not 1.3.
I guess it comes back to your point that you use the terminology needs to be more targeted and based on need. Yeah. Okay, great. All right. Ms. Penfold.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you both for appearing today. I want to do a deeper dive into your recommendation around financial assistance grants, not the increasing the pie, but how the pie is distributed. First of all, do you have a clear line of sight on the formula that's used to distribute general purpose grants?
Yes, we have. We have the formula that is put forward by the Victorian Grants Commission, and we have put a detailed submission. Actually, we've done it a couple of times, where we successfully put forward the evidence that the formulas are not fit for purpose. They do favour population, and even for curbside bin collection, for example, which is really should be a formula based on the kilometres travelled and rather than the population, because density is. But also there are other formulas to fund, let's say, children's services, but that already double dips because there's other grants that already do that. And there is also a lot of money that goes for language and non-English speaking background programs. But then again, it might have been okay 20 years ago, where you had bespoke interpreters and very manual systems. Now with AI and with technology, those costs are not commensurate on a population base. So we have put forward arguments to show that the distribution model is ineffective and can definitely be finessed. But we also understand that 17 councils in Victoria get the minimum grant. And that means the 17 councils, which are already well funded, get more than their fair share, according to the rules of the model itself. And so there is an inherent breach of the equalisation principle based on that.
Okay, sorry, I mean, in terms of the general purpose grant, though, there's no, as I understand it, the formula doesn't go specifically into those services you're talking about. It looks at your, compares sort of ability to raise rates, revenue, it does population, remoteness, socio-economic disadvantage, and all around the principle that each local government, by reasonable effort, is able to operate at a standard not lower than the average standard of other local governing bodies. So I guess what I'm trying to get at, particularly because this is inherently in the federal legislation, is what needs to be changed in the federal legislation that would support the arguments you're making to enable your council to receive more funding for the tasks that you have to undertake.
So Section 3.2, the objects of the Local Government Financial Assistance Grants 1995, talks about improved financial capacity, equity of service and certainty of funding. But there are no mechanisms to ensure that these objectives are actually achieved. So there is no funding adequacy requirement. And so the intent might be strong, but there is no enforcement. On the national principles of equalisation, Council should operate at no lower than the average standard. However, that only applies within constrained funding pool and within each state, and it cannot fix the national inequity. So equalisation exists, but it can't deliver. And so under the formulas of the Grants Commission, we are receiving about 16% of what we are determined to actually need. And also on the general purpose grants, the core funding is the state for the government, but it's allocated between states largely on population base, and it ignores land size, infrastructure, risk and cost. And so it's designed to fund people, not need.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's all from me.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Haynes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Murrumbidgee Shire. This is the second time you have come to this committee, firstly in our interim reporting period. So thank you for returning. And in that period of time, you've so eloquently described a catastrophic natural disaster, which, in the words, I think your words, Mayor, or maybe a variation of this, you're seeing that a shire such as Murrumbidgee is systematically being locked into disadvantage by perverse funding arrangements, and really seeking to see reform of that. You've spoken a lot about this, and I want you, if you might, just give us a flavour around the timing of those disaster recovery payments, the capacity for you to build back better, Are you able to give us some examples of that, both in this most recent disaster and previous ones?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Haynes. I'll take your second question about betterment, if I may, and ask Mr. Chesworth to support the other. I've been invited by the Municipal Association of Victoria to speak in Canberra to yourself, to Ms. Jordan Baird about betterment, and the canonical example, I think, is Wodonga Road in Alexandra, which was impacted by floods on the 14th of October in 2022. The disaster recovery funding allowed us to replace a section of road like for like. About almost to the day, a year later, a similar sort of flood event caused the same sort of road to be impacted, and we had to replace it again like for like. Now we know that for an investment of about $1 million, we could elevate 800 metres of the road out of the floodplain and deal with that issue forever. So I think that's the canonical example of betterment funding. And if I may talk about the breakaway bridge in Alexandra, I mentioned the remnants of which remain after the flood event in October 22, where about 48,000 megalitres per day were heading down the river, when usually about 4,000 megalitres are servicing downstream needs. That caused major erosion on the sides of the Goulburn River and a banking of trees against the bridge. That caused a dam effect. We went around the bridge. It's now 50% wider at that point. And so, almost 4 years on, we don't have a resolution to that matter because we can't rebuild the bank because the river goes where the river goes. We can't extend the bridge because that will make a 105-year-old, 105-metre-long timber trestle bridge, which is just not up to standard. And so we're left stranded in this, in how do we solve this problem? And we're talking about a critical piece of infrastructure that is relied upon. And if I can talk about very specific effects of that, in January this year, we had the Longwood bushfire event. We had triple O calls coming from residents on Hobans Road, which is just directly to the north of the bridge. Crews came down. I was in one of the crews that attended one of those fires. The crews were greeted by a wall of fire. They couldn't pass through. So we could see residents in the distance who could see us and screaming that as we did a U-turn and headed out. Now, if that bridge was reinstated, there's at least 2 homes that could have been dealt with by that event, by that emergency services, because of the breakaway bridge being out. So, sorry, it's a long-winded answer, but betterment, would ideally be just a fundamental part of disaster relief. And I'd sort of ask Mr. Chesworth to answer to the earlier question.
Thank you. In relation to the timing of funding, certainly under the disaster recovery funding arrangement, the DRFA, certainly we did get an advance payment in relation to the immediate emergency response. So that funding program covers things like clearing roads, ensuring that water is distributed to communities impacted, the immediate response. But around that immediate response, the organisation itself still needs to function. And so in order to do that, we needed and need additional resources to deal with the range of issues that arise within the community and within the organisation to keep business continuity. So we put on extra resources, knowing that none of those are covered under the Disaster Recovery Fund, and uncertain as to whether they're going to be covered under state funding, which there was quite a lag before there was any indication of what state funding would come through. So we carry the risk of that, and at this stage we're probably just on staffing that we needed to put in that we can't get funded, probably $300,000-400,000 out of pocket. That's significant for a small council like us. So having clarity around eligibility for funding, what funding is going to cover and how that is arranged would certainly help in these circumstances and avoid the risk that we take on by needing to employ additional resources.
And apart from the clear guidelines, also proportional guidelines to the scale of the event, because we very early on realised that this was catastrophic and we really need to scale up beyond our own capacity. And one of the good aspects of local government is a collegiate and collaborate approach. So very quickly we had a memorandum of understanding with the 4 councils in the Longwood fires to ensure that we wouldn't just clear the trees up to the boundary and then but continue and then treat this as a consolidated approach. And also other metro councils gave us, one particular council, Whittlesea, 173 people, which is practically doubling the organisation, because that was the recognised need. And so we were potentially operating where we were forced to act fiscally irresponsibly and thinking about doing what the community needed, doing what we knew was required on the ground, hoping they will be refunded. I understand some of those resources are not going to be passed on to us because some of the metro councils have larger capacity to pay. However, just going back to, we've so far, for this particular fire event, which is a claim 1242, we have already lodged 7 claims. 3 are approved, and 1 is waiting further information. So just to paint the picture, each one of these claims needs about 1,000 records. These records are in the shape of photographs, and the photographs need to be in a particular format, which is very challenging because our area, sometimes there is no internet. So the technology is unable to provide the GPS coordinates and the metadata that is required. So we run the risk of not being covered because the rigid guidelines are such that things are not eligible to be funded. So the connectivity, which is another concern, sort of works against us, and then we are left to cover the cost. So just on tree clearance, we're spending about $250,000 a week. And so we welcome the upfront payment. We've got $2.5 million, but that's just tree clearance. We have about $30 million worth of estimated damage to council assets. On top of that, we also have the rail trail, which was a generous contribution by Albanese when he was Minister for Local Government and also Regional Development following the 2009 fires. Well, that's now destroyed, and it's $8 million worth of damage, which is not covered under the disaster recovery arrangement because the bureaucrats are telling us it's not regarded as an essential asset.
Can I? It's just really compelling evidence of where those barriers are. Could I get a broad view from you about a solution, and would a formula-based recurrent funding model for disaster preparedness and recovery be a better way to go so that you have some resilience coming into what will inevitably be another natural disaster that you'll need to face?
I think if we could cement into the rules that betterment or building back more resilient asset is a requirement, not something to be argued over, that will go a long way. Also, if the federal assistance grants had a portion completely dedicated, like we have for roads, a portion that recognises the exposure to disasters and allows us to be better prepared and better funded so that we both are geared up and actually have, because we funded with half a full-time equivalent for our emergency resources internally, ongoing. Clearly, we need more than that. So that would proportionally reflect. And then if we have the RFA arrangements and the guidelines which scale up to the proportionality of the actual event and don't, because even each claim, when you have a road, let's say, of 1 kilometre, and certain sections are eligible and other sections are not because the fire skipped that particular sliver, well, when we go and replace it, and 80% is covered and 20% is not covered, that's out of pocket, out of council. And so we are then, it's another cost shift because we wouldn't have renewed the section of the road if it wasn't for the event. But it's, apart from the fact that it's huge red tape and bureaucracy cost involving in the assessment, in the argy-bargy, in saying, oh, was that pothole there before or after the event or not? That's a huge cost. Apart from that not going, and sort of just a bit more recognising that this is an exceptional set of circumstances and also having to take individual photos of each tree, whether it was fire impacted or not, before it gets recovered. That's ludicrous, and that's taxpayers not being used in the most efficient way.
Great. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you. Ms Brisky.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, thank you. Some really, to Dr Haynes' point, some compelling evidence there around just the extent to which looking at rather than fit for purpose versus and more targeted rather than one size fits all. So I really appreciate that. We are talking a lot about the impact of disasters and the increasing risk of climate change, or the impact of climate change. I'm wondering, to get your sense, and perhaps both yourself and you were talking about the collaboration with other councils around ideas or long-term policy shifts that you might be making or already investigating around that sense of climate resiliency and thinking over the long term, just to get a sense of where your heads are at in that space, notwithstanding the fact that we've been talking a lot about the immediate and needing to react and recover from events that have already taken place. But I'm really keen to see sort of the long view that you might be thinking about, both yourself and other councils in your area.
I think you're speaking very much to betterment. Our community very much acknowledges, for example, a requirement to embrace a renewable energy transition and to make sure that we're providing the assets that are relevant in a climate changing environment. So I think that's the most fundamental. But I think acknowledging that the circumstances of changing, that these the October 2022 flood was a 1 in 100 year event. The October 23 event was a 1 in 100 year event. In January 2024, Yea was hit by a 1 in 200 year event. So the climate is changing, and these are the impacts. So if we don't act on betterment, we're just going to go like for like again and again, event after event, and it's just not a good investment of public funds.
Yeah, no.
I think it's also appropriate to consider the cumulative impact rather than having a siloed approach to each event as a discrete event. It needs to really be seen because the community is in continual recovery.
Sure.
And so the trauma associated with having to argue and provide the evidence time and time again, that the secondary trauma of the poor recovery is impacting as well. But I think it's also important to note that regardless of the disasters and the natural and the bushfires and the floods, the bread and butter council wouldn't survive anyway. So even if it wasn't for that, a small rural council like Murrindindi is not set up to survive and be financially sustainable, despite the fact that we've got lean services, efficiencies going. There's nothing else that the council and the community can do.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. Can I just also clarify when you talk about what you're required to do in order to make the applications? Is that both for the federal and through? Is there state-based implications there too in terms of what they are requiring of you?
Yeah. So the assessors are part of the state Department of Transport.
Okay.
The guidelines are set by NEMA.
Yep.
So the guidelines are actually quite appropriate. We don't think that the guidelines are the issue.
Yeah.
It's I think how they are interpreted and how they are being. I think they assume the wrong outcome rather than providing the benefit of doubt. But also I believe that Victoria specifically is a bit averse to betterment, because I understand that Queensland and New South Wales have embraced the process. So I think it's more of a state issue.
Sure.
But, for example, the breakaway bridge, we've got this impasse because we think that a two-lane bridge is a no-brainer solution.
Sure.
But then they're forcing us to have one-lane bridge with traffic lights, which are going to cost $1 million in the life cycle. And so the federal government or NEMA has already given us the nod, but we have this impasse with the state government.
Yeah, okay. No, that's good to know. That's good to clarify. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Ms Jordan-Bett.
Thank you. My name's Alice Jordan-Bett. I'm the federal member for Gorton from Melbourne's western suburbs. I firstly want to acknowledge the impact of flood and fire and natural disasters on your community. You, no doubt, are very much still in the recovery phase. So I just want to acknowledge all your work in that. My question is around cost shifting. And in your submission, you mention, so I'm just quoting from here, councils often become the service provider of last resort, which I think is pretty powerful. Could you detail to us the shifting of responsibilities from state to local government over the years? Have you noticed any trends You do reference a number of examples in your submission, particularly around maintenance and renewal and road maintenance. Is there anything you'd like to highlight to the committee around that?
Well, in general terms, when a service is first introduced, sometimes it's funded 50-50 from the state government to local government. The costs go up, the funding doesn't go up. So that's already an erosion, and there's an expectation raised with the community to deliver certain services, maternal and child health and immunisation and so on. But there are also examples of cost shifting from the federal government. For example, the Fair Work amendment, the fair refuel, which I've already mentioned, but also in industrial relations, the requirement to pay minimum staff blocks every time. And so as we determined, we have a lot of minor storms and events, so we have to pay a block of time even if the intervention is little. So there's a cost shift without any commensurate funding. Also, the nationally led psychosocial safety rules now impose new non-discretionary compliance costs on council. And this is a very expensive exposure and legal exposure as well. Very noble, very reasonable, but we're just not funded to deliver. So we are exposed. And you can imagine how awake at night I was kept by understanding that we would unleash our staff on the response and the relief sections of the times of the bushfires without having had the psychosocial assessment and proper training. But also native title determinations and the land use agreements. They impose huge costs. So we've just had another claim from the Wodonga for a native title. So it's up to us now to seek legal advice and to understand whether we need to be party or not. And so we don't have a team of experts. We need to seek that level of legal advice. And then if there is a claim accepted, we are out of pocket with the negotiations and the compensations, and especially being a rural where most of the land is undisturbed. Every time we go and dig outside of the road reserve, and there is also argy-bargy about what extent of the road reserve is excluded from the native title or not. So those are costs that are huge impositions, sometimes 10% of the value of a capital works program that are hidden. And once upon a time, I believe they used to be funded, and now the councils are expected to absorb.
Do you have any other, sorry, my question was more on state responsibility. Do you have anything you would like to add on that?
A good example in the context of disaster is for some time councils have stepped in and provided building insurance for buildings that are owned by the state, the Department of DECA, and these are community buildings that become the hubs in these small communities, and never have they been more relevant than in this recent fire, because the fire affected these small communities, and these halls, these public halls, became the centre, the epicentre of community support and recovery. It costs us about $100,000 of our annual premium every year to fund insurance, and we were getting to the point where we were about to go to these communities in 2 months just prior to the fire to say, we don't think we can afford this anymore, and we're going to pull back, because we have no legal requirement to do it, but the state doesn't fund insurance for their own assets. So obviously the value of these halls have come to light with the recovery efforts. Imagine us now going back to these communities and say, look, you've done a fantastic job, you've done a terrific job. By the way, we're going to now discontinue providing building insurance, which obviously we're not going to do. But there's no recognition of the value of these particular assets at that state level. They're happy to leave them uninsured, and we voluntarily, from a historical point of view, have stepped in. But that is a cost shift.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Another example is the maintenance of the roadside in the state roads in townships, and we only get about $11,000, which was increased from $99,500 in 2019, but it cost us about $94,000 a year. And this is to do the basics. We certainly don't beautify the streetwork, but the expectation of the community is not to have high grass in the entrance of the townships. Yeah, so we've got other examples of cost shifting, including where the Eildon Dam is. There was a car park that was built to allow boats to get into the waterway.
It's a boat ramp. There's a boat ramp attached.
The boat ramp, and there were parking meters, which would have funded the maintenance of the car park. Stroke of the pen, the state government decided to make the access to the boat ramps free. So all of a sudden, we're left with an asset that we have to maintain without any commensurate revenue.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, all right, we might finish there. Thank you so much for your time here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May 2026? You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the hearing. Thank you. Resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Greater Hume Shire Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Yep, sure. My name's Dina Bleckett. I'm the General Manager for Greater Hume Shire Council.
Lee Parker, Mayor of Greater Hume Council.
Ben Hooper, Deputy Mayor of Greater Hume Shire.
Great. Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference.
I'm Alice Jordan-Baird, Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Helen Haynes, Federal Member for Indi, North East Victoria.
And joining us on teleconference today,
Alison Penfold, Federal Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast of New South Wales.
And Ms Brisky will be joining us shortly as well. Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you very much. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Joining me today is Deputy Mayor Ben Hooper and General Manager Dina Belkett. I speak on behalf of Greater Hume Council, a rural council in Riverina-Murray region of New South Wales. I'm a local born and raised Greater Hume person and a businesswoman, mother of 4 and married to a 5th generation farmer, and deeply value this region and the communities we serve. Greater Hume covers nearly 8,000 square kilometres and supports a population of just over 11,000 people across 5 towns and 7 villages. We maintain a large and dispersed asset base, including more than 2,000 kilometres of roads, waste facilities, swimming pools, libraries, childcare services, aged care housing and a wide range of community infrastructure. We are ideally located between Albury Wodonga and Wagga Wagga, offering both connectivity to regional centres and the lifestyle of rural communities. This has contributed to a steady population growth, driven by affordability and lifestyle choice. However, this growth also brings increased pressures on essential infrastructure, particularly water and sewer services, as well as rising community expectations. In 26-27, Council will manage operating revenue of around $46 million against an operating expenditure of approximately $49 million, including an annual depreciation of around $15 million. We also delivering a capital works program exceeding $20 million annually, largely focused on roads, water, sewerage and community infrastructure. These are essential assets, yet available funding does not keep pace with the cost of maintaining, renewing and expanding them. Like many rural councils, our capacity to increase revenue is limited. Rates are capped, fees are constrained and our population base is small. Importantly, rate pegging in New South Wales has not kept pace with inflation, further constraining on the ability to respond to rising costs. We welcome growth and would actively support any increased rate base to help address the housing crisis. However, under the current funding constraints, we are limited in our ability to invest in the infrastructure required to enable that growth. As a result, we rely heavily on grant funding, including approximately $7.5 to $8 million in financial assistance grants. However, these grants have not kept pace with the rising costs and are often confirmed after budgets are finalised, creating uncertainty for long-term planning. We strongly support the reinstatement of financial assistance grants of 1% of federal taxation revenue. Increasingly, reliance on tied and competitive grants further complicates planning and adds administration burden to small organisations like ours. At the same time, we are experiencing significant cost shifting. Councils are now expected to maintain rural fire service assets, absorb funding shortfalls in services such as libraries, and meet growing compliance and reporting requirements without corresponding revenue increases. In regional areas, councils are also becoming a service provider of last resort. We are delivering childcare, supporting aged care and health services, providing youth and community services, and driving economic development, including residential and industrial land supply. This goes well beyond the traditional roads, rates and rubbish model. We also face workforce shortages, rising insurance costs and increasing disaster recovery pressures, particularly given the size of our road network and exposure to natural events. Our key message is simple. The issue for councils like ours is structural. We are servicing large, dispersed communities with funding systems that do not reflect that reality. The current funding framework does not adequately recognise the true cost of delivering services across distance, dispersion and increased external pressures. Greater Hume strongly supports reforms that deliver more predictable funding and a better balance between tied and untied funding. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I might just start. So we've heard in evidence that the role of councils differs from state to state because local government obviously is established by state legislation. What we've also heard is that states are increasingly expanding the roles of councils, and the community has changed their expectations of what councils should deliver, as you've outlined as well. Can you explain the problems this has caused your council?
Would you like me to answer them? Sure. Well, just in our council area, we're providing childcare for about 140 children within our shire. We've got 41 aged care facilities that we're now, or aged beds, I should say, that we're providing accommodation for either aged or disadvantaged people. We have 5 towns and 7 villages, so the expectation from our communities is to be everything to all, and that's a real challenge, as you can well imagine. I think supporting doctors and medical staff to come to our regions is also a really big issue for us. Not enough doctors are in our towns. We also have the issue of we have 3 hospitals within our shire, and about 15 beds are not utilised in those 3 hospitals, which is something that drives me completely insane when we have, bed shortages, as you can well know, in Albury and in Wodonga. So, it seems that there's consistent pressure being put back onto local councils to pick up the pieces from the state government.
All right. I might go to some other questions and we'll probably come back around again. So Ms Penfold.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you all for appearing today. I'm just interested in your comments particularly, and I want to explore financial assistance grants, more so the formula and the horizontal equalisation than the percentage quantum. That case has been well made. Can I first ask on what activities or assets do you allocate you said, I think, $7.5 million in financial assistance grants per annum?
That's correct. 7.5 to $8 million for 25-26, which is actually 49% of the grants that we've taken up for 25-26 budget, which you can understand that's a lot. Would you like to comment on that? Sorry, I probably shouldn't have butted in then.
No, that's okay. So Dina Bleckett, generally speaking, well, I don't know that we can actually say that we allocate it specifically across any grants or any areas within council. As it's an untied grant, it can be applied anywhere in relation to the expenditure or the operating expenditure of council. There's obviously the roads to recovery as well, which goes towards the roads, goes specifically to roads. But yeah, I guess it all goes into general funds and then gets distributed across the expenditure.
Right, and what percentage of your total revenue is the financial assistance grant specifically, not the tied grants, not roads recovery, just the financial assistance grant? What is the percentage of total revenue?
Where's our revenue? Give me one moment. So 4.6 over 46, about 10%, I'm assuming. So in our
what was that?
So in our total budget for 2026-27, our operating revenue is 46 million, and the financial assistance grant is approximately not for the general fund is probably around 4.7 million. So it's about 10%.
Right, about 10%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. If I can turn then to the question of how the financial assistance grant pie is distributed across councils, have you given any consideration to how the national principles and the sort of horizontal equalisation formula could be changed to better appreciate the challenges and cost pressures, asset renewal that local councils like yours need to, need to deliver on?
So, without going into the detail, what I would be suggesting is that the formula-based funding needs to change, not to be purely on, or not to be so focused on population, but to have a look at the geographic size, the number of service locations, as well as the scale of the road networks.
Right, so when you say your council, is it because you've got sort of 5 central communities, so you need multiple numbers of pools and libraries, etc.? You don't think that's taken into account in the formula well enough?
That's correct. So as Mayor Parker said, we've got 4 libraries that we also have our community relation teams working out of. We've got 8 waste facilities that are being operated. We've got 5 pools, so it's multiplied. Whereas you look at, for example, we're sitting here in Wodonga, there's 2 pools, there's 1 depot, there's 1 library. So yes, so it's definitely spread further.
May I add to that?
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Mayor Parker's going to just add some more.
I've actually got some stats because I'm a bit of a stats girl. We've got 19 swimming pools and sporting facilities and halls that we maintain. We have 22 parks and gardens that we maintain. 140 childcare places, but 8 landfills. There are a lot of we're spreading ourselves very widely, shall I say. And our square kilometre, like how big of our council area that we are too.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good point. Thank you very much.
Dr. Haynes.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for all the work you've put into your submission and coming here today. And just listening to what you manage, both personally and in your council role, it's a lot. I'm wondering if there are specific cross-border issues that you experience on top of everything else. You touched on that issue about healthcare and accessible beds. I'm wondering if state boundaries are part of the problem here, or just if there's something you'd want to share with the committee about being a cross-border community.
Sure, always an issue. During the Green Valley fires in 2020, it was a massive issue. We're seeing bombers go up past our shire on the Victorian side and bombing everywhere up there, and weren't coming over to our side of the state. Healthcare is a massive concern. We're probably a little bit sheltered in Greater Hume, because we do have the 3 hospitals, but it is a frustrating,
Hospitals.
Sorry?
Small hospitals.
Small hospitals, absolutely. Getting doctors into our communities is a real issue, and we've been working extremely hard to make sure that actually happens, which does mean that you're often reducing rents so that they will come to, it's affordable or attractive for them to come to our shire. But the frustration about the 15 beds being left vacant is a real issue, and I'm not sure how to tackle that, to be perfectly honest. I've had conversations with Dr. McGurr about it and Justin Clancy, and it all comes back to money. They don't fund those 15 beds in our shire And I say, well, why don't you? And they say, because, you know, they base their numbers on previous year's usage. Well, how do you ever grow? How does, like, it's the same with our shire. How do we grow if we don't have a vision for the future? We want to grow, and we want to offer good health care in our shire for people to live. And I think we've got an ageing population. We're probably a little bit more of a family base at Gindra, but the rest of our shire has an ageing population. We want our people to stay in our shire. So we have to pick up the pieces and do that. And I think, yeah, definitely there are a lot of issues with cross-border stuff, a lot of issues.
Can I take you then to noting that you have got an ageing population, but also that you're wishing to attract young families, and that you're trying to recruit and retain medical workforce, nursing workforce, allied health, all of those professional groups that make your municipality grow. You describe in your submission that you're becoming almost the sole provider of childcare in the area. Can you quantify what service costs that is to run, how much of it's covered by Commonwealth or state funding, and how much really effectively your council's subsidising from, again, what you've described as a very constrained revenue base?
Would you like me to answer that, or would you like to answer that? Would you like me to?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
I have a little bit of history in childcare. I've been involved with it for a while, having 4 children. We have long day care. We're the provider of long day care in the whole of Greater Hume, but also it comes into Albury and down towards Benalla. Family long day care, I should say. We provide an USH program.
Just describe that, please, because I know what that is.
So before and after school program. Sorry, acronyms. Sorry. We have long day cares in 4 of our towns. I think our employment, we employ about 80 staff.
Yes, about 9.
80 or 90 staff for all of the childcare, services. Look, there are some issues around, council administering all that and doing the financials, and that's fallen back onto our council. So yeah, we do, and also HR. So council does wear the brunt of that because we're not subsidised to do all those things. We've got centres where we would love to expand. We'd love to open a new centre in Gindra because Gindra is where our young population is. But yeah, definitely we are wearing the brunt of I guess, having the services within our community and wanting to keep those services there.
Could I ask you then?
I could give you the numbers, sorry.
That's all right.
I can give it to you on notice,
That's
sorry.
absolutely fine, Mayor Parker. You want to expand services. I imagine that takes capital investment. Yes. It takes critical enabling infrastructure. You'd be aware that the Commonwealth have set up something called the BEEF, Building Early Education Fund. Is that a fund that you would make application to? And if you did, what's your capacity for co-contributions, or are there enablers and barriers to you accessing Commonwealth support?
We did look at that funding for a facility in Gindra not that long ago, and we do have a little bit of money that we've stashed away for that to happen. But yeah, it's a big undertaking for sure, and we wouldn't be able to match the funding. There is no way.
And so, Dina Bleckett, one of the key barriers was having a location. So the funding was to build the infrastructure, but you have to have somewhere to put it. So I guess that's, again, some long-term planning that needs to happen. That doesn't get funded. So you've got to be able to, and I guess that comes back to making sure that grants can be longer-term planned out so that then you can put a plan. We did look at some potential properties, but again, that would have had to come from council funds, and then on the hope that you were then going to get the grant funding. So
would you say that your capacity to apply for successfully a Commonwealth competitive grant is constrained by your revenue base to set yourself up for success to do that?
Yes, that's correct.
And would that also be the case in other competitive grant rounds, like other key capital infrastructure grants like the Growing Regions Grant and the RPPP, for example, which are co-contribution?
100%.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sorry, so we could probably provide some more notice, some more information after this, but part of the restriction too is the way it's ranked. So there's a ranking, and quite often the importance goes below because of the population. So because we're looking at a population, I think it's under 2,500 for a particular town, it then gets deemed not as important as other areas. So that knocks us out quite often from grants.
So do you think the solution is to reform the guidelines around competitive grants, or do you think the solution is around more capacity for the Commonwealth to provide untied grants or is it both? I know you're probably going to say both, but we've got to all be realists here. I mean, what would work better in terms of a systems approach?
Yeah, so they're two different things and they address two different issues. So we would love to have greater untied grants, and as you're aware, the advocacy is around 1% of Commonwealth revenue. And the reason for that is to be able to deliver the services and the programs that we need to deliver for the community. With the grants, that tends to be more the capital expenditure, and yes, that needs, I guess, re-looking at. For example, a lot of it is about construction, so there's no money for the design. So unless you've got something shovel-ready, you can't then apply for the grants. It's that long-term planning that's really difficult, because a grant will come up, and if you don't, we don't have the resources to have everything ready to go when a grant comes up. So there's that part, as well as then the criteria, meeting the criteria, and then providing the co-contribution. So quite often it's 50%, which is, it's a big amount of money for a small rural council.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Just one thing. Ben Hooper, Deputy Mayor. Just the other thing we haven't touched on this is the understanding that with this growth, we need to be able to staff it. And at the moment, our towns are at capacity because of infrastructure needs. Family dynamics are changing. Our households are getting smaller. So that means that what we've currently got is no longer the population that it once was. And we're a shire that's made up of 5 towns and 7 villages. So if we were to look to expand in each of those towns, we need to be able to service those towns from localised staff ideally, and the key to that is to, when you talk about the untied grants, a lot of that could go towards unlocking some infrastructure towards some considered growth as well.
And would that be specifically around enabling infrastructure for housing, like
yes,
water and sewage?
Water and sewage.
We need $40 million. We've got probably 2 years left of growth.
Where will you get that? Where will that $40 million come from? Yeah, thank you.
Have you applied to the home support package housing support package under the federal government program at all for enabling infrastructure?
Not sure. Can I take that on notice?
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Yeah.
It's a real issue.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to expand on the conversation we were just having a moment ago about service delivery, especially, obviously you're talking about where market has failed around early childhood, and interested to go a bit further around. I know Dr. Haynes was talking about the Commonwealth funding around beef, but we've also had the Commonwealth funding to support wages as well, or wage increases. Did you apply for that wages retention payment for your services?
I think so.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did, but we'll have to take it on notice. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that we did.
And in terms of the where you're looking to, so taking advantage of the beef program, I take your point around potential co-contribution, but another thing that I think we're looking at as a committee is the intersection between all levels of government and how we can better coordinate. And a potential area around capital for early childhood is co-location on school grounds. Is that something that you've considered in your space, or working with state in that capacity?
Possibly not. We did. Yeah. I know that we did initially have a conversation in Holbrook, for instance, with the primary school about providing before and after school. And I think that we do that with them at the moment. We staff it, but we use their facility.
Yeah, yeah.
So that works really well. But other than that, I'm not sure what other conversations that would have to defer to the director to ask her what. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
It's certainly something that we've discussed.
Yeah.
So I've only been at Greater Hume for 3 months.
Oh.
So
we should have promised that at the beginning. Sorry.
So it is something that we have discussed exploring.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was sort of wondering, as I said before, part of what we're trying to do as a committee is looking at the overall structure of things and how each tier of government is interacting. What are the implications of consequences? Obviously, as I think the chair mentioned before, local government, is established under state legislation. It's all a bit constrained and complicated, and they all intersect with each other. But what are all of the elements of Commonwealth funding that are available? What are all of the elements of relationships and co-contributions amongst councils? We've also been hearing a bit of evidence around councils coming together and helping each, like in terms of cost efficiencies and scaling of like services. Is that something you guys are doing as well in your region, or?
I don't think we are at the moment, but Dina's been here for a mini second.
Yeah.
And I've only been in this seat for 18 months, but we've had lots of conversations, and Ben as well, we've had lots of conversations around being fiscally responsible.
Yeah.
And we want to grow and expand and would love to have those relationships with our neighbours, because I think it's stupid to stick our heads in the sand and say, hey, this is, how are we going to get out of, where are we going to come up with the $40 million? But we definitely are open to lots of ideas for sure. Yeah.
No, appreciate it. Yeah, it's just something to get a bit of insight. I'm keen to get that feedback from some of the other councils that we've heard evidence from. Yeah. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. Can you just, I know you mentioned aged care services that you provide briefly. Can you just, expand on that? I'm just curious to.
Got an annoying fly. Do you want me to talk to that? Sorry. I keep on asking because, sorry.
It's all right.
So we've got aged care units or independent living. We used to be in aged care, as in hostels, but we sold them off about 7 years ago. Just legislation around, there were so many issues around legislation and, compliance, and not to say that it's not a great thing, it's a fantastic thing, and same with childcare, it's amazing, but there is a lot of paperwork that goes with those services. But we have 41 aged care beds in our shire, so whether that's independent living or couples living in a unit that council maintains and owns, and I think we've got maybe 15 in Holbrook, independent, 2-bedroom units, and then another 8 1-bedroom units, and then we've got, I think, 3 in Colcan and about 6 in Gindra. But there's always demand. There's 18 people on a waiting list in Holbrook alone.
For independent living?
Yep.
And so when the council, you got out of residential aged care, as in nursing homes, is there still a provider, or?
Yes. Okay. Yep, absolutely.
So the service is still there?
Yeah. It's the hostel, I think it's about a 40-bed hostel, and then we have a wing in the hospital that's 18 beds as well. So, but there's 18 couples that are on a waiting list for the independent living in Holbrook alone.
Yeah.
So the demand is there, and unless there's funding available, capital funding available to build more units, I don't know where those people are going to end up. They're going to be on a waiting list somewhere, and then they have to move out of their regional towns where their families live and friends, which is very stressful when you get to that age. So, I think that's a real issue as well.
Yeah. And so is independent living, is that something that the market just won't provide?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
The private market doesn't appear to have an interest in providing that in a lot of our towns.
Yeah. No, it's just helpful to understand. So, just so I knew. Ms. Penfold, do you have another question Are there any other questions?
No, not today. Thank you.
Okay.
I do, Chair. Just following up on that issue of thin markets, reluctance from private providers to come and provide that kind of infrastructure build. There's not the return on investment, so you're stepping into that. You've identified that issue really clearly, and the question of where do you go for capital funds to build more. I'm also curious about the workforce that supports your activities in aged care and childcare, and whether migration plays a key part for you as a rural council, whether you have local people who are taking those jobs or filling those jobs, whether you have access to the educational resources to train people locally, or whether you have a migration population, a migrant population, particularly in aged care and childcare.
Do you want to speak, or do you want?
So through the towns I'm familiar with in our shire, that I've got a close connection with, I wouldn't say that we've got a strong migrant community that's filling those roles. Those services we provide local jobs for our local residents, which is great because it keeps people in our towns. We're also under threat because of where we are located. I think we span 6,939 square kilometres, our shire, which is huge. Where we're located, we've got a lot of the body of our population is very close to Albury, and if you go up to the north of our shire towards Henty and Holbrook, then we're equal distance between Wagga and Albury. So we're at real risk of people seeking employment in Wagga and Albury, which draws people out of our towns. Families move away, kids go to school in those bigger cities. So the idea of us providing more services and providing more localised employment opportunities is very beneficial to ensure the success of our towns, and which is again when we talk about the growth in some of these services that we've inherited, it does have a benefit if we can get the infrastructure in place, because then it creates local jobs and it retains families in our towns, which is what we need.
Just on that, so do you offer, I don't know, traineeships and apprenticeships to invest back in local people for those types of jobs and industries?
Yes, yeah, we did. We took up some, was it last year? Year before, might have been the year before. Took up some through the unions. They had some traineeships and cadetships. Yeah, we did. It's very important, especially for our school leavers, for sure. Yeah. But workforce is always a struggle, especially with childcare. Childcare is very fluent. If anyone's had the children in childcare, you sort of know that. They come and they go, and but it's. I think we've got a really good team leading. A team of professionals that are leading those younger people. And I think that's really important. It's probably one of the most important things that we can do as a council. Making sure that our kids are looked after well. Would you agree? Workforce is a challenge, isn't it, though?
Yes. So workforce is definitely a challenge in relation to trying to retain staff. We're constantly advertising for carers and educators for our childcare services. And also, like you said, they're getting drawn to Albury or to Wagga, but yes, we do try to hire, locally, and then train them up. So, yep.
And we have relationships with our high schools as well, so that we're trying to get, kids in to come and see what we offer as well, and offer programs that we can work together, so that we retain them in the communities.
Yeah, great.
It just sounds like a significant risk to me that for your future planning of the prosperity of your communities, you need a skilled workforce across all of those service areas. I'm curious about whether you see many students coming into your communities in childcare, for example, in aged care, in the hospitals, allied health students, and if so, to do their practical placements, essentially.
Yeah.
Do you get many?
Yeah, we do actually.
Where do they live when they come?
Oh, we've got houses that I'm a part of the LHAC, so the local area health committee, and we have a house that we rent, and we also have nurses' quarters at the back of the Holbrook Hospital, and we house them there. So yeah, we do. We get quite a few from Albury and Wodonga, and sometimes from Wagga as well in Holbrook. And I can only probably talk about Holbrook. But yeah, it's fantastic. It's great to have those young people. And we also, LHAC actually, the Holbrook LHAC run a program through the schools, and they actually have Year 11 and Year 12 students come for 1 day a week. So they offer that program, and they can come and see if they like nursing, and then they often go off and do their training. Yeah, definitely.
All right, great. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, all right, we might end there, but thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I declare this public hearing closed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now reopening the public hearing, and I now call on representatives from the Riverina Eastern Regional Organisation of Councils. And would you please state your name, full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee today?
So Lee Parker, and I'm a board member of ReRock.
Great. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. Invite members of the committee to introduce themselves, including those joining by teleconference. Did you want to start, Helen?
Helen Haynes, member for Indi.
And Fiona Phillips, the federal member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Jo Brisky, federal member for Maribyrnong, Metro Melbourne.
And on teleconference?
Might have left,
yeah, that's okay. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'm here representing the Riverina Eastern Regional Organisations of Council, known as ReRock, a voluntary alliance of rural and regional councils across southern New South Wales. ReRock represents a diverse region of communities, economies and landscapes. Collectively, our member councils cover a vast geographic area, supporting tens of thousands of residents, maintaining extensive road networks and delivering essential infrastructure and services across a widely dispersed population. Our region plays a critical role in the state and national economy, particularly through agriculture, freight and regional industries. At the same time, our communities offer an attractive lifestyle, and we are seeing increasing interest from people seeking to relocate to regional areas for affordability and quality of life. However, the opportunities that come with growth are matched with significant challenges. Across the ReRock region, councils are responsible for maintaining large and ageing infrastructure networks, including thousands of kilometres of roads, local and regional roads, water and sewer systems and community assets. The cost of maintaining and renewing the infrastructure continues to rise, while funding mechanisms may not have not kept pace. Like many rural councils, REROC members have limited capacity to increase revenue. Rates are capped, fees are constrained, and population bases are relatively small. Importantly, rate pegging in New South Wales has not kept with inflation, further to limiting councils' ability to respond to increasing costs and community expectations. We welcome population growth and recognise the important role that regional areas can play in addressing the housing crisis, and increasing the rate base should be a part of that solution. However, many councils are constrained by their ability to unlock housing and development due to significant upfront investment requirements to enable infrastructure of water, sewage and roads. As a result, councils across our region have heavily relied on grant funding, including financial assistance grants. While essential, these grants have not kept pace with the rising costs and often provided with limited certainty or tied conditions, making long-term planning difficult. The growing reliance on competitive and project-based funding creates inefficiencies and places a disproportionate administrative burden on smaller councils. It also means that critical infrastructure investment is not always delivered when and where it's most needed. We are also seeing continued cost shifting for other levels of government. Councils are increasingly required to absorb responsibilities such as maintaining rural fire service assets, addressing funding shortfalls, and meeting expanding compliance from reporting obligations without corresponding revenue streams. In addition, regional councils are stepping into the service of providers of last resort. Across REROC regions, councils are supporting or directly delivering childcare, aged care, housing, health services, community facilities, economic development initiatives. This reflects the reality of service withdrawn from rural areas, and it's placed further pressure on already constrained council budgets. Council are also facing workforce shortages, rising insurance costs and increased exposure to natural disasters, all of which that add financial and operational pressures. The challenge for regional councils is structural. We are servicing large dispersed communities with funding framework that does not reflect the true cost of delivering infrastructure and services in regional and rural Australia. To ensure long-term sustainability of regional communities, we need funding systems that are more practical and more flexible and better aligned with realities on ground. This includes restoring the financial assistance grants to 1% of the Commonwealth taxation revenue, reducing reliance on tied and competitive funding, and ensuring the funding models properly account for distance, scale and regional disadvantage. Without those reforms, councils will continue to face increasingly difficulties in maintaining essential infrastructure and supporting growing communities and contributing to broader government's priorities such as housing and regional development. Sorry, it was lots of the same. Not all, though.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor Parker, and you're quite right. Like that's a summary, really, of I think what we're hearing consistently. Is there would there be kind of one key recommendation that you think this committee should be adopting from your collegial submission there?
Reinstating the 1% financial assistance grants would be like just the most important thing for all of our councils. And we're happy to take two if you want to give it to
give us two. Now you've got the platform.
But like 1%, that would be a huge, have a huge impact on our councils. Like just even when I was saying about the Greater Hume Council, like $7.5 to $8 million, like doubling that, an astronomical amount of help with that water and sewage infrastructure, so that we can, encourage people to come and live in our regions. We want people to come and live in our regions. We want people to know how great it is down here. And they do realise, but we just can't, unlock those blocks of housing blocks if we've got constraints like that.
Do you think if the Commonwealth were to do such a thing, should there be some fiscal leverage on that in regard to what the states can do in response? We've heard consistently about from our New South Wales councils and others from other parts of the country around constraints on revenue raising rate pegging in New South Wales. So if the Commonwealth were to increase to 1%, let's say, should there be some leverage against
So I'm only aware at the moment in relation to the Audit and Risk Investment Improvement Committees, so there is a shared arrangement there. Are there other?
Yeah, we have Dr. Will Adeline, who does grant writing for us for renewables and, like charging stations and solar panel applications and so forth. Yeah, he's fantastic. But yeah, we do a lot of work together, a lot of advocating. It's a great group of people to be involved with, a lot of brains getting together that have been in local government for a very long time, which I'm very appreciative of. But yeah, definitely we, like the stats I've got in front of me, which I'm very happy to share with you, it's great to have that so you can see where you're sitting and, Dina and I are very conscious about financial sustainability for our shire, and all of the councils that are involved with REROC are also.
The other thing that the REROC does well is have a number of working groups below. So you've got the REROC board and that organisation, but then there's like the asset working group, the GIS working groups. So it's sharing information. So it's not necessarily sharing, I guess, the services, but it's sharing that information so that you're not all, starting from scratch, and you're able to learn and develop from each other.
Definitely.
Okay. Any questions? Okay.
Chair, if you just want to table this before we close.
Oh, yes. So we'll just table this before.
Sure.
Yep. Great.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 22nd of May 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I declare this public hearing closed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.